Welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me okay? There we are. Good, good. Okay. This is a big night. This is a big topic. Last night we finished up the small little 2-hour or less chapters in the first part. We're going to do a series of the big ones, right? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the syllabus. Basically, agency, the forms associated with agency, contracts, and finance. Those are all really big chapters. And then at the very end of the course, we have another batch, sort of bundle of smaller ones that we'll finish out with. So here's where you really have to buckle in. And if you haven't figured out your groove, figured out your study habits, it's time. It was already time from day one, but you can't go much further without having all of that solid, because you're going to have to spend a lot of time mastering what we're about to cover and then also starting to review what we already have covered. Digging a hole in this course is almost unfillable. So just fair warning, just not impossible, but don't put yourself in that position. Be careful. So this topic tonight is not only important for the test in the class, but also every year, every day in the business. Because the Real Estate Commission exists for what reason? Tell me that in the chat. What is the purpose of the commission? Who do they protect first and foremost? They primarily exist for what? Yeah, the consumer. Not us. They keep us in line so that we don't hurt the consumer, right? So we see this, and they hit this point home time and time again. Every year in the continuing ed classes, there's some piece of that course every year on agency, reminders of how to take care of our people. And then the Realtor Association gets in the mix too, because they train us on the code of ethics, which involves interacting with consumers. It also involves interacting with each other. But every 3 years, we have to take a renewal code of ethics training to maintain our realtor membership. So this is a big deal. So let's jump into it. Unit 7 happens to be the same as the syllabus number in this case. Syllabus section 7 is Unit 7 in the yellow book. I've got our live stream going. I think everything is rolling. So we are in good shape. You can see me, I can see you. Okay, good. We're going to talk about various terms. So there's some level 1, like implied agency, the Unfair and Deceptive Trade Practices Act, some lead-based paint. We're going to recap that a little bit, and some level 2. Other basic terms, but having a better understanding more than just the definition. And what is the scope and classification of our title and authority? People come to agents for lots of different reasons, right? Buying and selling houses is just one of them. But within that, in addition to that, there's also leasing, helping people with leasing, and helping property management, helping renters find a place to rent. But within all of those things, they're also relying on us for helping them negotiate, coordination, scheduling. We're kind of like babysitters, making sure people do what they're supposed to do along the way. And because of the nature of how we get paid, my attitude for the last 27 years has been there is no job description. When I hear an agent say, that's not my job, I think, oh, your job is not to get paid? Because what is our job is getting everybody to the closing day. And sometimes that means doing a little more than we officially are supposed to or required to do. Not unethically or illegally or anything, but I'm just saying, if the other agent's kind of slack and the thing needs to get done because it protects our client and gets their goal accomplished, we go do that thing. Or you just let things fall apart. I'm not letting them fall apart. So this is a 100% commission business, right? This is a independent contractor, not a W-2 employee situation. Very, very entrepreneurial, right? So there's a lot going on here. And it all started not that long ago. The way we have it now has only been around since the mid-90s. Before 1995, real estate agency, this idea of who do we represent was very simple. Up until 1995, there was only one kind of agency. And what would happen is somebody would want to sell their property and get a professional to help them. They'd say, list my property for sale. And that agent would come out, put the sign in the yard, and do whatever they did back then to try to get things sold, which obviously was probably throw an ad in the paper and have the sign in the yard. And that's probably about it. Obviously no internet, obviously nothing much more fancy. And here was the other big thing about the 50s and earlier. All the way up to and including the 50s, there was no multiple listing service. There was no shared database among all the agents. If you were a buyer and wanted to come into a new town and find out what there was available for sale, you would have to go to each real estate office that town might have. Because if you couldn't just go to one and say, show me everything on the market. You'd go to one, say, hey, what do you have? And they'd say, I've got these 8. You go down the street to the other one, hey, what do you have? I've got these 10. And they weren't the same ones. So it was a lot more work. And there was no official legal buyer's agency. Let me say that again. There was no option for a buyer to have their own agent. Not even in the business. It just wasn't the thing that existed. So I can only imagine how it would go. A buyer would come into a real estate office and say, what do you have for sale? And they'd say, I've got these 8. Let me tell you about them. And they'd say, nope, 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 and nope. Okay, well, nice to meet you. See you later. And that's that. Not a very productive day if you had 3 or 4 of those in a row and nobody wanted your listing. So I think eventually probably an agent started getting a little more savvy and said, well, wait a minute. This guy is standing here in front of me asking about a listing with these criteria, and I don't have one. But I remember yesterday I was talking to my competitor down the street, Bob, at the other firm. My competitor, Bob, said that he was bragging about this new listing he got when we were at the diner having breakfast. And this sounds a lot like what this buyer might like. So maybe this agent, we'll call him Skip. Skip thinks to himself, maybe I can create an opportunity here. So Skip calls Bob and says, Bob, I think I might have a buyer for you for that new listing you were telling me about. And Bob says, oh, great, send him right over. Wait a minute, Bob. I have an idea. How about I send him over if you pay me some money? If it all works out and you and they end up closing and buying the property, pay me something. Now, that agent could risk that the client would never stumble across Bob, but that might be something that took place. Eventually, it was something that happened, right? What could happen is Bob pays Skip a referral fee for pointing him in that direction. And maybe that works for a while. Maybe other agents decide to do that too. I don't have something for you, but I know somebody else who might. Let me connect you. And behind the scenes, the agent is paying the other agent a small referral fee. It might be that at some point, Skip gets another buyer who walks in and Skip says, let me call Bob because I don't have one again. Maybe he does. And he says, hey, Bob, I got another one for you. Same deal. And Bob says, you know what, Skip, I'm too busy. I've got too much business. If you send him over, I just don't think I can get around to him. But I've got another idea. How about you go show it? You go show my listing for me, and I'll pay you more than the referral fee. I'll even split it with you 50-50. So the 2 agents maybe worked that deal out, Skip and Bob. Bob says, I don't have time to show it and handle another buyer right now. I've got too many other things going on. You come show it to him. You write up the offer, and I'll negotiate with my seller, and you handle the buyer's side. And that happened. And so they split the commission at a greater amount, not necessarily half, but certainly more than probably they did earlier with just the referral fee. And that probably spread around. People got this idea. And eventually the agents started consistently comparing notes and checking in with each other and saying, hey, what do you have? This is what I have. Basically a little informal, verbal, multiple listing service kind of a thing. And that turned into the real deal. right? In the 60s, the multiple listing service was born. Now, I don't have that book, but you might have that yellow book in printed form. And this catalog was about the size of that book. When I first got in the business in 1996, there were a couple of these laying around the office. And they were a telephone. Anybody remember the size of telephone books? Those don't even exist anymore. But I mean, 3 or 4 inch thick bound book. Can you imagine looking for houses in this? Flipping newsprint style paper and having these sent out to all the hundreds, maybe thousands of subscribers to the MLS every month? Well, the problem with the book, among many, many other problems, is if you just get one every month and then you get a new listing tomorrow, it didn't make the book. So they would also have to have supplements. So you had books, you had supplementals put out maybe every week. I have no idea. I never had to deal with it because we had the internet. We had an online MLS when I got in. But this was the reality as of the 60s. So back in the 50s again, if a seller wanted to sell their property, they could hire an agent just to help them. If a buyer wanted to see that house, they would have to call that agent, not any other agent. And the agents always represented the seller. So they were one of two things. They were either the actual listing agent, or if they were any other agent besides the listing agent, their title was sub-agent to the seller. To the who? To the seller. So everybody legally was obligated to represent the seller in some way, even the ones who didn't even know the seller. Now, you and I both know that probably didn't actually happen. They really probably didn't do that, right? They probably broke the law, broke agency law. And if you were buddies with a buyer and taking them around, trying to help them, you develop that relationship. And you probably, if you found out a secret, a negotiating secret about the seller, odds are a buyer, or let me say an agent helping the buyer, quite likely shared that information with the buyer. But they were doing this illegally. And I'm sure it was rampant. Because how else are you going to build your business? No buyer is going to ever refer you or use you again if you tell their secrets or you don't tell them the seller's stuff that you might find out. So that was a big problem, right? It was just an issue. The 60s brought with it the MLS. Now we've got even more sharing of data. Now at least the agents are cooperating with each other. And so if you want to sell my listing, even if we're in two different firms, I will guarantee you that I'll pay you. I'll share the commission with you. So when somebody brags or misunderstands, somebody says, well, I charge 5% commission instead of 6 or 7 or 8. Are they making that entire 5 all by themselves? Probably not. Because odds are the buyer's going to come from another agent. So they're going to share whatever that total commission is with that other firm. And that firm will share the split with their agent. So here we were. We did have MLS, but we still didn't have official buyer agency. And so there was confusion. People didn't understand who was representing who. Buyers went around thinking they were being represented when they really weren't. But at least a buyer could work with one agent and have access to all the houses. Instead of having to go around office to office and to find everything, the one agent could be that resource. And then fast forward 35 more years, guys. 1990s wasn't all that long ago. In the mid-90s, we had finally a buyer who realized, put all these pieces together and said, wait a minute. I was telling you all my secrets and you didn't have any obligation to keep them. And they complained. And this turned into a big lawsuit, the Adena Realty lawsuit from 1991. Agent showed multiple houses, worked with the buyer. The buyer assumed the agent was representing their own interests, but it turns out it wasn't even legally possible. And so 1995, that realty firm settled 3 lawsuits for $19.5 million. And what that brought into our industry was buyer agency. We had seller agency, and sub-agent to the seller was all the other agents, not the listing agent. But now we had buyer agency. So Does this mean that now the industry had two choices? Or is that a trick question? That's for you. That's for you to think about and give me an answer in the chat. Did we now have two choices? What were our choices? What was a buyer? What were the client's choices of working with an agent at that point? We always had seller agency. Now we have buyer agency. That looks like two, except what if a buyer calls the agent on the phone, the listing agent, let me just be more specific, calls the listing agent and says, hey, tell me about this listing. By the way, I don't have my own agent. Can you just do it? And this listing agent says, actually, yes, I can. And so now this listing agent is in between the two parties. Sometimes you make a new thing and it requires more new things. So adding buyer agency required that we also add the possibility of dual agency. And that wasn't even enough. We had to go more into dual agency and add designated dual agency too. So that one addition of buyer agency required three new things, not just the one new thing. And we're going to talk about all of these different kinds of representation in this chapter. These are both, by the way, types of dual agency, something where an agent or multiple agents are helping both the clients at the same time. That's all dual agency is. Not necessarily only one broker, but possibly multiple brokers, but the brokers are helping them both simultaneously. So we're going to get into that. That was Adena Realty lawsuit. There we go. And recap, 1950s, one-person offices all over the place. You had to go to each one to find the listings. 60s brought into the sharing concept, and then mid-90s, the lawsuit, bringing in buyer agency plus dual and designated agency. And keep in mind, I got in the business in 1996. So pretty much the year I was learning about the same thing you're doing right now, pre-licensing, this was all brand new stuff. And I vividly remember getting into the firm, and everybody was an old timer compared to me because I was brand new. A lot of people were fussing about the new disclosure requirements. They said things like, you mean we've got to stop everything and talk to people about possibly being buyer agents and dual agents? They're not going to trust us. They already think we're pulling something over on them, and we have to have all this boring conversation about things. And that's just a terrible idea. The industry is just going to fizzle away to nothing. But we adapted. We figured it out. And so now that explanation of how agency works is a typical and common and required part of the industry. Where does it come from? North Carolina Real Estate Commission in the mid-90s introduced buyer agency, therefore dual agency. We have to provide disclosures. We have to tell people, here's how this thing works. Here's who I represent right now, and here's whether or not I would be able to represent you. And there's a certain time in the process, in the timeline, that we have to explain to them these options. There's a certain time, and it's called the first substantial contact moment. Notice that does not say first initial contact. In other words, I'm at an open house. Somebody comes into that open house. It's for my own listing. I've got all the cookies out and the lemonade, and I'm just sitting there bored because nobody's coming. Now they come. There's a little more busy out there in the open house world than they used to be. But they come in the door, complete stranger, and I say, hi, I'm Neil. Am I at this point required to explain to them their choices of hiring me? Is this first substantial contact, or is this first initial contact? This would be first initial contact. Yeah, good job. Now, there is a case where we do need to explain agency to somebody upon first initial contact, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But if it's an unrepresented potential client We don't even know if they're represented or not. We just, complete stranger, we just don't know. I could sit there at that open house and talk to them for 3 hours about the Panthers and the Hornets and their kids and my kids, and I don't have kids, but my dogs and whatever. And at no point did we ever get to this concept of first substantial contact. And I don't have to talk to them about agency until that point. It's going to be hard to make some money that way, right? Eventually we need to get around to business, but first substantial contact is that point, is that act of informing them about their agency options. Those agency options are the business of your firm. Your firm has a say. Whatever firm you pick has some say-so in what agency options you are willing to make available to them. It could be that the firm says, we only want to work with buyers. We don't want to have any listings. We don't want to deal with sellers, only buyers. That would be probably foolish. I doubt there's any firms that do that, but they could. And that's a testable thing. Sometimes, even though it's not smart maybe in real life to do it, doesn't matter for your purposes here until PSI test. We've got to think in terms of, but could they test you on this? So even if it's foolish in real life, it might be a valid test question. And that's what I'm going to try to remind you of and keep you prepared for. So firms and their brokers in charge of those firms need to have written policies and procedures, specifically outlining what kind of agency do we allow. It's usually not a problem for a firm to be willing to offer to work with both buyers and sellers. Most firms are fine with both because that's double the money, right? Why not work with buyers and sellers? What the very valid possibility is, though, and I ask this every time I teach a CE class, I'll say, hey guys, either because you don't want to or because your firm won't let you, who here does not offer dual agency as an option? And I'd say a good 70% of them hold up their hand. They don't want to do dual agency, or their firm doesn't want them to do it. You got to have permission from your firm, and you have to be willing to do it, and both buyer and seller have to be willing to offer it. And we'll talk about why in a little while, and it'll probably be clear to you. You'll get it. You'll be like, yeah, I don't think I'd want to do it either. It's not ideal, right? It's not great. You're giving up loyalty. You can't be loyal to one of the two parties over the other one. We'll get more into that in a second. So the firm policy and procedures manual is going to talk about and dictate what kind of agency, how you can represent people. It's going to dictate your co-brokerage relationships, how you are to behave with other firms, and whatever your split is with your firm. So when you bring back a commission check from that closing, you're going to turn it into your BIC or the office manager, and they're going to give you your part of it, right? You're going to go to that closing because that's part of our responsibilities that the commission requires of us, and it's just smart to do. Hopefully it's going to be boring, no drama. You don't want drama at the closing. You want it to be nice and low-key, mellow, and boring. And so you're going to come back a couple hours after everybody signs. That's when the attorney's going to have recorded the deed, and they're going to text or email or call you and say, we are recorded, it's on file, you can come get your check. And when you go to that attorney's office, or they'll mail it to you, the check is going to say not your name, but ABC Realty, the name of your firm. So that means you don't have any money yet, not your piece. You've got the total, and you've got to go take it to your office, turn it in, and then eventually, hopefully same day, but not necessarily, they'll eventually give you your portion of that side of the commission check. So these concepts of the policies, these three items here, very testable, and we'll reiterate time and time again. Let's start with some terminology, because this could be a easy way to miss points and to get confused on the test questions. The terms can get a little convoluted. So first thing, you need to reprogram your brain to think. I'm sure all of you have seen at least one real estate related show on TV or YouTube, right? What is the name of that person that shows the houses to that client? What are they? What is their title? traditionally? How would you refer to them if you told me about that show you watched and you'd say, you won't believe what this blank said to the client? What is the blank? You got it. You're going to use the word agent because we do all over the place all the time in this business. But for our purposes here in this class and on this test, from here forward, the word agent means the firm. Because when you sign a listing agreement with a client, you're the one signing it. You're the human element, but it's not between you and them. You're signing it on behalf of your firm. And that agency agreement, this is very testable. Get this one down, jot this one down. That agency agreement is not between them and you, it's between them and your firm. You're just signing on behalf of your firm. So what does that mean? If you have 10 listings and you decide to look for greener grass over the fence, go to another firm, can you take your 10 listings with you? Tell me in the chat. I guess the best answer there is it depends. But let me ask it a better way. There's the better way. Victor nailed it. You can if you're big, if your firm lets you, but those do not belong to you. And you might have just thought about back when you did a real estate transaction, you picked the agent because you liked them. You didn't really care what firm they were with, possibly. Now think about that. 10 people have picked you because they liked you. They didn't care the firm you were with, and now you're leaving that firm. And are you to understand that they don't have the choice to go with you if they want to? Could each of those 10 sellers fire the firm and say, I'm going with her because she's who I hired to begin with? No, they cannot. What? This is America. This is a bilateral contract, not a unilateral contract. With a unilateral one, either one could fire the other, but this is bilateral. You would both have to agree to let the other one out of it. How could a seller be held to a listing agreement and not allowed to fire a firm and go with their buddy who changed to another firm? That's the way it's written. That is how it is written in the agreement. So, what would happen if a seller's mad about that? They love you. They want to go wherever you go. But the firm, the big, bad, dirty, mean firm, won't let them. Do you think maybe that seller might make it almost impossible to sell that house? Are they forced to accept any offer? No. They could stall, right? Stalemate. They could make showings impossible. They could say, well, okay, fine. If you won't let me out of this listing agreement any earlier than the final 3 months that I'm signed up for, forget it. I just won't allow showings. And that's something they could do. There's really not much, and you'd kind of be locked up, right? You'd kind of be at a stalemate. They would basically have to wait out the remainder of the listing term, at which point it would expire, and at which point they could go with you to wherever your new firm was. So already, you see how tricky this thing is. It's not as clear cut as I work for Walmart. Oh, I don't want to work for Walmart anymore. I'm going to go to Target. And somebody who might come to see you at Walmart and buy diapers from you at Walmart can just come to Target and buy the diapers from you at Target. Not exactly like that, is it? Well, our listing agreements, our buyer agency agreements, any sort of agency agreement that spells out that we're going to help that consumer is not between us and that consumer. It's between our firm and them. Therefore, it belongs to the firm. It's for the firm to give permission. Now, that firm could choose to be nice about it. They could say, oh, you want to leave? Okay, no hard feelings, although that's not often the case. Usually it gets a little awkward when you want to leave. They get a little offended maybe. But they could be cool about it. They could say, okay, fair, fine. You can take them with you. We'll sign the release. Here's the big thing, though. When it comes to leaving a firm and wanting to take your listings, the Real Estate Commission says this. You got to sit back and wait. until your broker in charge of the firm you're leaving contacts them and explains it to them. You better not tell them ahead of time. You could get in trouble. You cannot reach out to those 10 sellers or 5 or 20 sellers or however many you've got listings. You can't break the news to them. You can't essentially say, hey, I'm leaving. Go ahead and tell my firm you want out and come with me. Not allowed. You've got to do it in the right order. You can't mention it to them. Your BIC needs to break the news to them. And what a BIC might say to them is, oh, she's no longer with us. She went to another firm, but we have a great agent we're going to connect you with, and they're going to take over for her. Because you still have 3 more months in your listing agreement with us, so we're going to make sure that your goals are met and blah, blah, blah. That could be the choice that they make. Your BIC, your firm that you're leaving could choose to handle it that way. So what is an agent? From here forward, an agent is not the human. An agent is the firm, because the agreements are between the client and the firm. So when you see the word agent, think firm, not a person. Testable, very testable. Okay, that brings to mind some other terms that you might have seen in your reading or out there in the world. Agency is the relationship. If agent is the firm, then the relationship between the firm and that client or customer is called agency. And I've been telling you about agency since the first week, and that's what it is. It's what's going on between the firm and the consumer. We've already talked about sub-agency, and so it has 2 places it shows up in this business. One of them is that relationship between you, the human broker, and the firm you work for. So sub-agency is one of 2 things. Depends on the test question and what we're talking about. Could be that relationship between a broker within the firm they work for. That is the broker being a sub-agent to that firm, because the firm is an agent. So the broker's a sub-agent to the agent. Does that make sense? Sub-agency also pops up when we're dealing with the actual client. In the event of seller's sub-agency, number 2 in red there, or sub-agent to the seller. And I would encourage you, when I put a lot of info, I don't like putting a lot of info on slides, but I'd have a million slides. So remember, you've got these slides. It's more important that you're watching and listening to me than reading the slide. You cannot follow 2 lines of thought at the same time. You can't really absorb what I'm sharing with you and read and comprehend that at the same time. That's going to probably cause you to not listen to me. So let's get more mileage out of our time together and listen to me, and don't worry about notes unless it's just something I tell you or suggest that you write, because these slides are there for you already. I put them in last night. They're in the Google Drive. 2 times where sub-agency pops up, either it's the relationship between you and your firm, but it's also what you're called if you're not a buyer agent for somebody. If you haven't been hired by a buyer, then what you are is a sub-agent to all the sellers in the market. All of them. Even the ones you haven't met, which is most of them. Even the most busy agent out there that has the most business, they don't know all the sellers, but they're a sub-agent to all those sellers until they're not. Until that point at which they have a buyer client that wants to buy one of those houses. And at that point, they become a buyer agent instead of a sub-agent to that specific seller that their buyer wants to buy the house belonging to, right? We'll go all the way around our elbow and back and forth many times, and this stuff will sink in eventually. So if it's still kind of hazy, hang in there. We're going to keep hitting it. So then the sub-agent, 2 things. It's the broker in the firm being a sub-agent to the firm. It's also a sub-agent to the seller. And who are these sellers or buyers? These are the clients. And so to you, it's your client, but it could also be called a principal in the transaction, a principal to the transaction. So those words are kind of interchangeable. The way you'll see them used sometimes is, were they a client to broker A or a client to broker B? And if they were a client to broker A, helping them as a buyer, then what is the seller to broker A? That's where the word customer comes in. So it looks like this. Buyer on one side, seller on the other. Volleyball net in the middle, right? We've got a buyer agent over here. And to that buyer agent, this buyer is their client. And over here, we've got a listing agent. And to that listing agent, that seller is their client. But who is the seller to the buyer agent? It's their customer. The customer is the one on the other side of the transaction from you. The one that's working against your client. So the client, your client and your customer are at opposite goals. They're trying to accomplish opposite things. The buyer wants to buy the most house for the least money. Seller wants to sell their house for the most money and the best terms to them. This word agency, it's represented by some responsibilities that we have to our client and some to the customer too, but let's just say to the consumers in general. Agency involves fiduciary. That's a big word. Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat what? That thing I just said about the customer. Okay, I see you. Don't worry about it. Okay. Fiduciary responsibilities are what we owe to the consumers. Fiduciary. That means a high level of trust. We've got to keep secrets. We've got to take care of sensitive documents, take care of money, their motivation. If they share that with us, we've got to keep that a secret from everybody, including the other side, of course. So it's a fiduciary relationship that exists when a firm is given authorization to act on behalf of a client or principal. And so agency is what makes real estate different than most any other industry. Selling cars, who's that guy who walks up to you when all you want to do is look at the inside of that new car? They don't work for you. None of them work for you. They all work for the seller of those cars. So those guys are basically sub-agents to the seller. And there is no buyer agency. It's very much like real estate was up until 1995, isn't it? Going out on that car lot, right? Just a bunch of sub-agents to seller. So agency is a big difference, and people don't understand that. They try to understand it, and there's really not very many parallels to other types of businesses that this works in. So why are we called real estate agents? Because we represent people. We represent clients, not because we sell real property. It's about the clients, not the property. And that bears repeating. It's about the clients, the people, not the property. We're selling houses, but we've got to, first and foremost, take care of the people in the course of the selling of the houses. And it's sort of almost at odds, with each other. What you'll learn here in a little while is that we owe this fiduciary duties, these duties to these clients, so much so that we have to be more loyal to them than anybody else in the whole world, including ourselves. We got to put the client above even ourselves. Occasionally, that might mean it affects our pocketbook. The check we get might be less because we got to put the client first. And I don't know many other businesses like that, right? So when you get that really internalized, I think that's when you'll be able to answer the questions on the test a lot better. So if the firm is the agent, what is the sub-agent? Well, one definition is that individual broker within that firm. They're a sub-agent representing the firm. So when you get a new client, buyer or seller, let's say you're on a listing appointment and you're explaining to the seller what you're going to do to get their house sold, and you say, hey, sign right here so I can start marketing your property. You don't have to take that listing agreement back to your office and get your BIC to sign it. You're the only one who needs to sign it. You're allowed to be the only one who signs it because of this. because you're a sub-agent to your agent, your firm. You're a sub-agent to the firm. They trust you to do that because they've taught you what it means. And your BIC is going to probably, especially as you're in that provisional status, they're going to look at those documents that you get signed and make sure everything looks right. But after you get outside of your provisional status and you're just a regular full broker with no need for that constant supervision, you're going to be signing buyer agency agreements and listing agreements all the time. And the firm may not even ever see them. You do have to turn these things into the firm, and they have to keep them for how many years? Do we have to keep documents that people sign, by the way? All transactional documents within a given transaction, got to keep everything for 3 years. Good job. So they do have that on file. Sub-agent is also a sub-agent to the firm. The firm represents the client as an agent, and the broker within the firm is a sub-agent. So that broker who's representing the firm and signing these agency agreements on behalf of the firm is a sub-agent to the client as well. We don't really hear it referred that way out there in real life, in the wild, once we're in the business. But for the purposes of the test, you've got to be able to figure out from the test question what the roles are of the agents in that particular question. And that's when sub-agent, agent, all that stuff matters. So the client is also known as the principal. The principal to the transaction. There's at least two of them, one side and the other side, buyer and seller. And so that client hires the firm to act on their behalf. A principal or a client could be a seller, a buyer, a landlord, or a tenant. Could be dealing with sales or dealing with leases. And that brings us to this thing. If we're an agent, our firm is the agent and we, the broker, human, is the sub-agent, and we owe the client these fiduciary duties, as you'll see there at the bottom, it's the Real Estate Commission's definition. It's someone who is in a position of trust. Fiduciary responsibilities aren't just in real estate, though. Probably the most common one that you may have interacted with is an attorney. An attorney has a position of trust, right? You can, if you retain an attorney, right, they can protect your confidentiality. You can even admit a crime to them that you might have done, and they're not going to give that up. That's the whole nature and foundation of hiring an attorney. So that's a position of trust if I've ever heard one. It's also guardians. I once had a listing, and it was an estate because the gentleman died. He left 3 adult daughters and 1 12-year-old boy, son. And so the son's mom was his guardian, the ex-wife of the deceased guy. And so she was his guardian. She had a level of trust, obviously, as his guardian, also as his mother. It could also be an executor of an estate. I'm dealing with 2 estates right now. 2 listings are coming up that someone passed away, and I'm dealing with their grown children in getting them listed and sold. And so those children, those grown adult sons, are the executors in this case of these estates. Positions of trust. Their dad, mom would not have made them the executor if it weren't for some level of trust. You might could think of some friends that maybe 3 adult children, and it's clear, if you had to guess, which one is going to be picked by the parents to be the executor. It's not going to be the free-spirited one that's very irresponsible and kind of just disappears from time to time. It's going to be the one who's stable and responsible, right? So that's those fiduciary duties mean that we stand in the place of the client. We're looking out for their interest above all others. And here's the big kicker, even over ourselves. Oh, that's fine. No problem. I don't mean don't write notes in the chat. That's fine. Feel free to. In fact, I encourage it. I'm just saying don't get caught up reading the slide instead of hearing like the new thing. Like if I'm explaining a new concept, prioritize that. And I will, of course, anytime I'll go back to the slides if you need that as well. But I think sometimes I do it myself. I see a new slide and I think I've got to read all this. And the person's talking and I tune out. And so that's what I was talking about. So we have a fiduciary duty to look out for them, stand in their place, and put them above all others, including ourselves. Look through it look at these test problems you'll be seeing about agency in that lens or through that lens. We have a duty to protect the client also from themselves. We got to protect the client even from themselves. They might ask us to do something that's illegal. So we need to know the rules and laws well enough to counsel them and help them understand, I can't do that thing you want me to do. I do have to follow your instructions and directives, but what you're asking me to do is not allowed. So that's part of the reasonable skill and care part that we'll see in a minute. It could be that they don't understand fair housing laws and they think that we can advertise that the property is listed for sale a block away from the Jewish community center. No, I can't use that language. I can say it's a block from the community center, but I can't talk about a specific religion. And they rely on us to educate them on these laws, these fair housing laws, so protecting them even from themselves. They could get in trouble with that sort of thing too. When it comes to fair housing, we could be found guilty of something they do, violating fair housing laws, and they could get in trouble for something we do to violate fair housing laws. So it's on us to help them get it and understand, no, I can't do it that way. We've got to tell them what they need to hear, not just what they want to hear. And here's the thing, guys. In a market like this right now with sellers, agents are scrambling all over each other to tell sellers what they want to hear so they can get the listing, get the sign in the yard, and get picked. And it's sometimes tempting to not tell them what they need to hear instead of what they want to hear, because there's 10 more of us in line that they're also talking to that probably would tell them whatever they want to hear. So it gets challenging. We have a responsibility. They're in one of probably the most complex financial transactions that many people ever engage in, certainly the largest. I don't know how accurate these numbers are anymore. They came from the Realtor Association, but in light of the last couple of years, I think these numbers are going to be bigger. The average client buys or sells every 5 to 7 years. I think we're going to hit double digits because paying these crazy high prices, people aren't going to be able to maybe move as frequently as 5 to 7 years like they used to. We'll just see. We won't know till we see it. And the typical agent might sell 6 to 8 houses per year. I think the average agent probably sells less than that, to be honest. In light of there are, what is it? I think it's 83 or 84,000 active licensed agents right now. Probably not enough business for all of them. Therefore, I think this number is probably a little high and this number is probably a little low. And here they are. These fiduciary duties, we're going to hammer them in your brains over and over and over. You can remember them with the acronym OLD CAR. And so the O in old is obedience. We have to be obedient. We have to be loyal. We have to disclose material facts. We have to confidentiality, keep their secrets. We have to take care of their sensitive information, including their money, accounting. And we have to have reasonable skill and care in what we do. That includes honesty and fairness. Out of these 6 categories of fiduciary duties, we owe all of them to our client, but we only owe 2 of them to the customer, to our customer. So if we're helping a buyer, the buyer is our client and the seller is our customer. We owe all 6 of these to our buyer, but we owe only 2 of these to that seller customer to us. Which 2 would you guess in the chat that we owe to the customer out of these 6? Disclosure is one of them. There's no reason for you to know this yet. I just think it's nice when you take a guess and you're wrong I think it sticks in your memory better. Oh yeah, that's the thing I accidentally thought was this, but not that. There it is. Deborah got it. Disclosure and reasonable skill and care. It's the last 2 letters of both words. We owe disclosure to everybody. In fact, everybody in the whole world, not even just the customer or the client, but everybody. And we owe reasonable skill and care to everybody. One way that you might remember the reasonable skill and care thing is that, let's say you're helping a buyer and they want to buy a house that is not listed with an agent, but instead the seller is selling it on their own. Familiar with that term, for sale by owner, or FSBO, right? If you're helping a buyer who wants to buy a FSBO property, that seller is not represented, but you still have to disclose things to them, like your buyer's loan did not get approved, and you have to use reasonable skill and care. They're leaning on you a little bit because you're really the only agent in the transaction. This isn't dual agency. If you're helping the buyer buy a for sale by owner, they're unrepresented. So you're going to have to do more probably than you normally would as a buyer agent. But it helps your buyer accomplish their goal of buying a house. Do you get paid more in that case? Probably not. You're probably doing more and getting paid the same as you would if you had, if your buyer was buying a listed property. Let's look at each one individually. Obedience, that's easy. You're working for somebody, you're going to do what they ask you to do. But here's the big distinction. And look for this as you read the test questions. You are to follow only their lawful directives. You owe them lawful obedience. If they tell you something to do and it violates a law, fair housing law, or any other law or rule, it's on you to explain to them, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that for you. So we're only bound to follow those lawful instructions. If you were to see a test question that was worded something like this, an agent owes obedience to their client, that means they must do whatever the client tells them to. That's probably an easy false, right? The test won't be true or false, but that's not going to work. It's only the lawful instructions that we're obligated to follow. Loyalty comes back to us in when we get to dual agency as well. But when it comes to our client, that's our person. We're taking care of that one person. We're working for our client. And if we were to, let's say that we're in this situation. We have a buyer. We're a buyer agent. And this is us, you and me, all of us together. We're a team and we're representing this buyer as buyer agents. And we're loyal to this buyer. This seller is represented by another firm. Let's say that firm is ABC Realty. And we're with XYZ Realty. Two different firms. What we have going on here is co-brokerage, by the way. Co-brokerage, two different firms. What if maybe we have a friend of a friend who knows this seller? And, sometimes people get to talking a little too much and they start listing off even though the seller's asking $400, they would really take $375 because they went out to the bar with them last night and that's what they told them. And the friend fed us this information. We didn't even ask for it. They just told it to us. Or we saw something on social media and had something to do with their motivation. Who turns out we're friends of a friend and they don't have a privacy setting. And so we find out some confidential info about that seller. We're loyal to our buyer. We've got to share that with our buyer. That's what loyalty means. We're more loyal to our buyer than the seller. So if the test question said, if you were to find out a secret about what the seller really would take for the price, the seller is your customer, the buyer is your client. Do you have to give loyalty to that seller and keep that secret and not mention it to your buyer client? No. In fact, the exact opposite. You better tell your buyer client. That is responsibility that you have to proactively do. That's how big this is. That's how serious this is. There it is. So we have to disclose our relationship with anyone involved in the transaction. We have to be above board and transparent. Make sure everybody knows I'm looking out for this one and somebody else is looking out for the other side. But I'm taking care of this one. And let's say this, if we're on a listing appointment and that seller wants to hire us to help them sell their property, but as we're walking through the property, we realize that we like it more and more. As we see more of it, we're like, I kind of think I might be the buyer for this one. would it be okay if we kept our mouth shut and didn't tell that to the seller and let them go ahead and confide in us because they planned to list with us anyway? And let them go ahead and tell us, well, I was thinking we would ask $350, but I would really take $325 if I have to. Did we do something wrong there? Yeah. That would be something that you saw in your comments section PDF called self-dealing. You would have quietly let them tell you something that hurt them, put yourself over them. But could we buy their property? Sure, we could still buy their property, even if we listed it and went 3 months and it still hadn't sold. And maybe they did confide in you what they would take lower than the asking price. And then you realize, you know what? I do kind of like this, and maybe it'll help them and help me, and I'll just buy it from them. Sure, you can do that, only with full disclosure. That's all. That's what it comes down to. Just make sure you disclose. And then finally, third bullet point, we can't represent someone who is opposite or with adverse interests to our client without our client's permission. Here's the mistake that you could make on the test. You read the first half of this sentence and not the second half. I did not just say that we can't represent an adverse interest to our client and stop. There was no period there. So let me reword it. Can we represent somebody with adverse interests from our client? Question mark. Yes, as long as our client gives us permission to. Right? How could this come up? Well, it could be that you are a listing agent. You're helping somebody sell some investment property, and the buyer is represented by a different agent. But at some point, I don't know, maybe that buyer just calls you because you're negotiating back and forth, and the buyer and seller can't quite come to an agreement. You're about $1,000 apart, and nobody's willing to budge. And your number, all of our contact info is everywhere. We have websites and signs and cards and the sign in the yard. So it wouldn't be hard for that buyer to find out how to reach you. It wouldn't be appropriate. But if that buyer investor calls you and you're the listing agent, they could say, you know what, my agent doesn't know I'm calling you, but I know that you also do property management. You manage properties. And the reason I want to buy your listing is because I'm going to put a renter in there, and I'm going to need to hire a property management company. And if you just want to keep it between you and me, if you could somehow convince your seller to come down that final $1,000 and get this deal to go through, I will hire you as my property manager when I close on this property. Do we have a problem? Do we have an adverse interest going on here? So what would you need to do in that case? Well, if they surprise attacked you, let's just say you didn't know you were answering the phone to them when they called you. Probably best practice if you saw it was them calling is to not answer it and then just respond through the agent. But if somehow they cornered you and you ended up in the conversation and they sprung this on you, you'd have to explain very professionally to them, I'm sorry, well, that could be a thing that transpires, but I'm going to have to tell my client that what we've shared. I've got to share that with them. This might cause them to back out of the deal, but you can't keep the secret. And it could be that your client doesn't care as long as you accomplish their goal of getting it sold, but they better find out. You better tell them, and not by anyone else. You better tell them what happened. And then after the fact, possibly, although it's probably not a great idea even then, you could be hired by that buyer to manage the property as long as the client gives permission, right? And shows that they did not feel like they were compromised. You compromised the relationship for yourself. When we come back from break, we'll talk a little more about loyalty. So I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Alrighty, folks, RFK Jr.
Make our way back together. Got a few more seconds. There we go. Okay. Let's continue about loyalty. If a client gives us a lawful instruction that could cause an injury to them, we need to tell them, hey, this is a terrible idea. We need to protect them from themselves. Sometimes they give us directives and it could end up hurting them. We ultimately probably need to say, look, you need to talk to an attorney. I had a listing a few years ago, just 2 or 3 years ago, and it was in the height of this crazy market, is right when it was kind of hitting its stride. And so it was a little 3-bedroom ranch house in an older neighborhood in Charlotte. And the seller was not one of the people who lived there. She was letting her daughter and daughter's boyfriend live there. And the deal was supposed to be that he would do some of the work that it still needed, some fixing up, some woodworking, some trim. But it turns out he never did any of it. So it was undone, and it got really bad. He ended up bringing like a 4-wheeler motorbike into the living room and took the wheels off and did mechanic work in the house. And he did something called powder coating, essentially a type of painting in the house. He had this big, huge 7-foot tall, looked like a freezer, but that's where you would paint the things and hang them up to dry. That was in the dining room. It was just crazy. He was abusing his privilege there, and she wanted him out. She had, in fact, told him to leave a year earlier, and he had not. She had been trying to get him to move out, but he wouldn't, and he stopped paying rent as well. So for a year, he hadn't paid rent, and he was staying beyond the lease. He and his girlfriend, her daughter, they were at odds. So she calls me, and she says, here's the deal. List my property. I want to sell it. And I'm thinking, okay, we can sell it, but what's going to happen if he doesn't want to leave? Well, long story short, we put it on the market around October, had a lot of interest, but every time somebody would come to look at it, he would let them see it, but he would give them all this backstory of all this stuff. And I think he basically scared a lot of them away. And it needed a lot of work, but we priced it accordingly. We probably could have asked $275,000 for it if it were in great shape, but we put a $220,000 price on it in light of the work needed and the situation. Well, in January, we got it sold. We got it under contract. The buyer came along. The buyer said, well, every house I try to make an offer on goes away before I can win. Everybody outbids me. At least with this one, I don't have much competition because it's in such terrible shape. And I'll just be patient and wait as long as it takes for you to get this guy out of there. And wait, she did. My seller took him to court 2 times, but if you know the laws and rules about eviction, somebody can really work the system. And he stayed there from January till July. He finally just decided to move out. He worked something out, decided to leave, and she got word of it. And she was in Arizona, I think, and she called me and said, would you go by there and see if it's true? And so I went by, and he was gone. All of his junk and equipment was gone. And so in that amount of time, the prices kept going up. And my seller knew this, right? She saw the market. She saw the prices were going up. She had agreed to a price back in January. And now she's seeing the news and realizing that values kept going up. And so I was really glad that the guy was out of there. Now we could probably get on into the procedures to get it closed, right? And so maybe in another 2 or 3 weeks, go to closing. And so I said, well, he's gone. Good news. And she said, okay, but I've been thinking. I think it's worth more now than it was then. I want to raise the price. And I had to tell her, well, here's the thing. You signed a contract. We are under contract. This is not in the offer stage. Okay, we could go to that buyer agent and say she wants more money, but they don't have to honor that. And she got a little mad about it. And she said, who do you represent? And I very kindly and firmly reminded her, I represent you, and I'm trying to keep you out of trouble. Because what you're talking about doing she had said at one point, well, if they won't raise the price, I won't sell it to them. I'm backing out. Ma'am, if you do that, you are in breach because you signed a contract. So what I would recommend that you do is go talk to an attorney. I'll give you a name and number of a great attorney. I've got several people that I use for for closings through the years. You need attorney advice. Well, you're the agent. You've been around a long time. You give me advice. I can't. It's legal advice at this point. Talk to an attorney because I was trying to protect her from doing something that would hurt her. Getting sued for specific performance would have been a pretty big deal because in addition to that buyer suing her to to sell the property like she promised to, even at a price that she no longer likes, is not the only thing they could have done to her. They could have also sued her for anything they've spent, for inspections, for the due diligence money, the deposits they put in, every dollar they spent. And that could have been a couple $1,000s worth of inspections and things on top of the suing for specific performance. We'll get into those things in chapters 9 and 10. That's perfect example. I had to give her advice to talk to an attorney to protect herself against herself. We have the obligation, the fiduciary responsibility to disclose as well. We got to disclose all kinds of things. In fact, last year's update course for continuing ed had about a 100-minute out of the 4 hours section on disclosure of material facts, because 47% of agents in the 2021 real estate year got in trouble just because of material fact disclosure. 47% of the disciplinary actions were because of material facts. So what are they? They are things about the property or related to the property. Those are what material facts are. So we have to disclose those things. Anything that could affect the value or marketability of the property. We also have to disclose any offers that we get, even the really terrible ones. Imagine this. Do you have anybody in your life or in your past that is sort of volatile? You kind of don't want to talk about anything with them that might get them upset because they're just going to go immediately to red zone and yell and scream and pitch a fit. And you're like, I don't even want to be around when they do this. Sometimes we have that on the other end of a transaction. And it's maybe our client, maybe our seller client. And if it's that kind of client and they've already told us, look, I don't want a dime less than what I'm asking, my asking price of $500,000. Don't give me any lowball offers. Okay, well, hopefully none will come in, but I have to let you know, whatever offers do come in, I'm required to give you. I've got to present all offers to you. It's a law. I don't want to be bothered with that nonsense. I know what I've got. Okay, so if you get an offer for $300,000, are you going to be too excited to present this to that buyer client? You're going to be like, oh boy, here we go. You might just want to put that phone call off till the last one of the day. Maybe you shouldn't, but you might want to, right? We've got to present all offers, regardless of the quality of the offer and what it might do to their mental state. We have to disclose the identity and ability of the parties to complete the transaction. What does that mean? If we find out that either the buyer or the seller has now some sort of situation that keeps them from going through with it, we owe that to the other side. Any examples come to mind with that? The parties to the transaction, something affecting their ability to financially complete the transaction. Maybe, yeah, I guess a divorce, if somebody wants to put their foot down and not sign something, a bankruptcy, sure. Yeah, that'd be a big deal. Loan fails to go through, that's a big one on the buyer's side. You got it. Yeah. I think we might have touched on this, but certainly if they get a foreclosure notice in the mail, but not if they're only behind on their payment. Just being a couple months behind on the payment is not a material fact, but getting the notice of foreclosure is. There we go. Good job. Material facts that affect the client or transaction. A material fact could be literally just anything that they care about. I once had one, and they went under contract for one of my first biggest listings. It was my second year in the business. It was for $350,000, and this particular buyer came from Florida, and they had been hurt and they had paid a lot of money over a termite repair issue down in Florida because the termites get really big and bad down there. So I think I might have explained that to you maybe. And so it was that one, right? They walked away because of that, because it had one teensy little bit of surface damage of termites. To them, that was a material fact. Another one might be that they have pet allergies. And so because the property has pets and they can still smell and it's affecting their allergies, that's good enough. That's enough to make it a material fact. If they want to know if the property has pets, then we are obligated to answer the question. We owe that disclosure to them. because to them that's a material fact. Here's what the form looks like. It's about to change maybe by the time you take your final exam, but I don't think it's going to matter for you. I think the way things stand now is what you're going to need to know about, but it's all the same except maybe 4 new questions. But for the most part, here's what the first page out of the 4 pages looks like. And here's what you need to know for the test. We, the broker or the agent, cannot fill it out for them. This is called the Residential Property and Owners Association Addendum. Disclosure. And the acronym is RPODS. In the chat, sorry, I didn't mean to send that to one person. Let me send that to everybody. There we go. RPOADS. Residential Property and Owners Association. That means disclosures about the property itself as well as an owners association if there is one. If there's not one, just don't fill that part out. That's like the last page and a half is about the HOA. But the second page and half of the third page are about the property. And we can't take that from them and start filling in the blanks. We can help them. We can say, answer the questions. Well, I mean, we can help them understand what the questions are. So if they say, what does this mean? What kind of plumbing pipes? Oh, well, you know, the white plastic kind like PVC, or is it like copper, or is it polybutylene? We can help them understand that stuff, talk it through, and work our way through every question. But we can't put pen to paper for them, even if they can't see it. Somebody else is going to have to fill it out for them if they can't do it, because we're not allowed to do it. That's a very testable item there. And we need to advise them of their responsibilities. What are their responsibilities? We'll get more into that in the next chapter because we're going to cover these documents more in depth. But if we don't provide this disclosure at the time they make their offer, if we, the broker, don't make sure that they have access to this, then they get another 3 days to back out if they want to. Even if the offer gets accepted, they could still back out. They get a 3-day right of rescission, basically, because they didn't get this when they made the offer. So why give them that loophole? We're not helping our client, the seller, if we give the buyer side this loophole. Let's make sure we get this thing filled out and make it available and send it to them, or have it on the MLS, somehow ensure that it gets in their hands before they make the offer. That's on our shoulders as a listing agent. We'll look at it more closely next chapter. Confidentiality, no surprise here. Got to keep their secrets. What price would they consider, whether buyer or seller? What terms are important? What is their motivation? And by the way, what is motivation? Give me an example of motivation. They tell you something that affects their motivation. What sort of thing might that be? Yeah, timeline thing, job in another city situation could be, I've got to start the new job by such and such date, or I have to be out of my current place within 30 days. So we got to close by then so I don't have to go in a hotel in the meantime. Or it could be any of those things, just something motivational that is urgent, that's a real timeline sort of parameter. Not like I would kind of like to be moved by fall. That wouldn't fall into the category of motivation. And here's the other very testable question that could also be misunderstood. It's right there before you, but let me move out of the way. Okay, there we go. Can we give up our client's confidential information? Question mark. If that's what we see on the test, can we give away our client's confidential information? It's sort of like something I said a few minutes ago, last hour, about the adverse interest. So let me ask it better, because that was a pretty poor question I gave you. In what situation can we disclose our client's confidential information? There it is. Yeah. So the question is, can we? Yes, we can, with permission, if the client lets us. And when I give you this next example, it's going to probably hit home. What's an example of that you see of an agent giving up their client's confidential information all the time. When you read an advertisement or a post or something in the MLS and they say motivated seller, that's confidential. And every time I read that type of thing in ads, I think to myself, I hope they had their seller's permission to say it was a motivated seller. And they might. The seller might have just said, look, I can't bring myself to put the low price on it that you want me to. I want to list it for a higher price than what you're advising, Mr. Agent, but I'll compromise with you. I will go ahead and let you tell everybody that I'm motivated. Because they're not obligated to take a certain number. It's still up in the air. And it could be 10,000 less than asking price. It could be 1 penny less than asking price. Who knows? But motivated seller could mean anything, but that's still a confidential piece of information. And we are allowed to use it as long as they give us permission. Accounting is not just about the money, although it includes the money. We got to take care of their money, their earnest money checks, their due diligence checks. We have to deliver those things to the right places at the right times. And more, also, in addition to the money, we've got to take care of their sensitive information. And that includes the paperwork, or it might include some sort of documentation they give us that they want us to keep in the file that's not public record. So we've got to, but mostly we think of it as the money. Got to keep accurate records of the transactions for 3 years, and we have to keep good care of the money. We got to keep our firm money in a separate account from the other people's money, the client's money. Otherwise, we're guilty of commingling. And as a provisional broker, you can't hold on to those checks for earnest money and due diligence money very long at all. You can't just put it in the file and let it sit there overnight or for a few days like I could as a full broker. You would have to give it straight directly to your BIC. If they weren't able, like if they wrote you a check, your buyer client said, I want to make an offer. What do I need to write for these 2 checks? Earnest money and due diligence. I'm leaving town in an hour. My flight is in 3 hours. Got to get out of here. I will leave these checks with you. And the offer's not even accepted yet. It was just put in. Well, those checks have to live somewhere for the next day or 2 or 3 or however long these counteroffer process goes. But as a provisional broker, you can't hold on to them. You're going to have to put them in the possession of your BIC. Your BIC needs to hold all funds in that type of situation. And the other thing that pops up in this category of accounting is the information that we have to tell. We have to inform all parties to the transaction, both buyer and seller, how much the split is between the 2 firms, for one thing. How much is the listing firm getting? How much is the buying or the selling firm getting? How much is the total commission? Those things are required to be disclosed to the client and customer. The compensation, and if you're making it a bonus or an incentive or any kind of consideration from either side. It might be that as a buyer agent, not so much in a market like this, but when we get back to a neutral market or certainly a buyer's strong market, that the sellers are trying so hard to get our attention that builders, might be a new construction builder, it might be an individual private seller. Hey, buyer agent, if you bring your buyer to show my house and get under contract and close in 30 days, I'll give you a $5,000 bonus or a $1,000 bonus or a $500 gift card. So that's allowable, but your buyer better be told about it. Don't keep that a secret from your buyer client. If the seller is going to give the buyer agent an incentive and the buyer didn't know about this and they found out later, they might think, wait a minute, did you just pressure me to buy this house because you were getting an extra bonus? You don't want that situation. So good question. How do we disclose such a thing? In writing is ideal. And if we're just out showing the property and we get to that property, we're probably going to look on the MLS sheet and be looking for the details because, as they go through it, we're going to want to share bedrooms. They'll count those, but square feet and whatever other details, updates, new counters, whatever it is. And the best practice is just to kind of make a joke out of it and say, well, gosh, I hope you buy this one. Looks like they're offering me a bonus if you buy this one. Just kind of make it light. Here, between you and me, the bonuses, when they are around, which they're not so much anymore at the moment, but when they do start offering bonuses, quite often they sort of just dissolve away and we don't necessarily end up getting them. Because if the two parties are like negotiating back and forth and they get stuck $1,000 or $2,000 apart and that bonus is for $3,000, somebody's going to get the bright idea to give up the bonus to break the tie. And that is a business decision that you don't have to agree with or go along with. You could put your foot down and say, well, no, that's a separate thing. That's just between you and your BIC and your client and the business decision. But the parties have to know about it. So you need to tell it to them when. Testable question. When do you need to disclose that you're getting a bonus? Before they make an offer. And really, best answer is before you even show the property the bonus is coming with. You don't want to ever be accused of pushing a property, promoting one, talking like, I think this is the best one for you. And then they find out that you got more money at this one than that other one, right? That's kind of what you're trying to avoid. Oh, out of all of this information about compensation and bonuses, remember this. We've got the money that flows through. So let's take a look at that. We're not going to do any math, but let me just show you. We've got the total commission that the seller is paying, right? And let's just say, for sake of example, it's 6% of the sale price. And then from that total commission, this is going to be a co-brokerage arrangement. Let's just say 3% is going to the listing firm and 3% is going to the selling firm or the buyer's side, right? There's another split that's going to happen. Once we get back to the office after that closing, we're going to need to split that 3%. And so the firm is getting a piece of that and the actual human broker is getting a piece of that. And the same thing over here. So out of all of this information, that's the part, plus any bonuses, that we have to disclose to all the parties. But one piece of information is none of their business, and we don't have to disclose it. And that's this part. It is none of their business what our split with our firm is. Once we get the money back to the firm, and let's say the listing agent has a 80-20 split with their firm, they're keeping 80 and the firm gets 20, none of the client's business. And maybe over here, this one is a 50-50 split because maybe it's a newer agent or it's a team situation. The splits could be all kinds of things. But the clients only deserve to know how much the firm total is. What the firm's splitting with that human broker within, the sub-agent to the firm, not up for disclosure. You can if you want to, but you're not required to. And then finally, reasonable skill and care. And you're going to learn this on the job, right? You're learning the laws and rules here in this course, but once you get out there, have a firm, have a BIC, have training, mentors, coaching, maybe some that you even pay for out of your own pocket. You're learning the reasonable skills and care, how to be honest and provide the right forms. Which forms do we use? Do you need this one? There's one form that's for selling and making offers on properties with structures like house, but then there's a whole different contract if it's just a land only. So whatever we're exerting on the client's behalf, our duties don't end with the signing of the contract. We're not done once we go under contract. We haven't closed yet. The days between the contract getting signed and the closing happening could be another 30, 40, 60 days, maybe more. In commercial, it could be a year or more. So our duties, we're still in the mix. We're still in the game. In fact, that's really when our job starts. Helping somebody find the right property is just 10% of the whole thing. A good agent is ready to overcome the unknown, unforeseeable obstacles, all kinds of stuff along the way, keeping people's egos and feelings in check along the way. The buyer might be feeling like they're overpaying and resentful. And then when the inspection comes back and it looks like things need to be fixed, they might demand the seller fix them because they're saying, well, I'm paying good money. Well, you're in a seller's market. You've got to put on the psychiatrist, the counselor hat, and remind them, I can appreciate how you feel. However, this seller has choices of lots of buyers. Let's be thankful that they picked yours over the other 11. And probably the smart thing to do is to always prepare before it becomes an issue. So have your little pre-made speeches before. Hey guys, we're about to schedule inspections. Here's how that works. We're going to have a big report. It's probably going to be 30, 40 pages, but that doesn't mean a bunch of stuff's wrong. It just means the inspector wants to make sure they're getting their money's worth. So don't let the size of the report scare you, because the reports are always bigger than they really need to be. They have a bunch of extra fluff in there. Prepare them so they don't get shocked. And then say, look, when we are looking through that report, it might be the seller is not willing to fix anything. Because remember, we had to compete with 15 other people. If we decide to walk away because they won't fix something, they won't have a hard time replacing you. That's just the way this market is. So it's that kind of thing that's going to help you and serve you the best, right? We're navigating through all that stuff during and after the contract. And sometimes we have to help not just our side, but the other side, assisting both sides in completing the transaction. And that's where the job description thing comes back. What is it? It's getting them to closing. It might mean you need to run something across town. You could mail it. It's got to be in person, a wet signature maybe. But why wait 3 days when we could have it done this afternoon? I'm going to prioritize that thing probably. If we're about to close in 4 days and somebody needs a thing in their hands, I'm not going to let that closing delay 3 days because of a mail truck. I'm going to be the mail truck today. I'm going to reschedule my afternoon and get this thing done, right? It could be to that level. And if we're helping an unrepresented seller or an unrepresented buyer, we're going to need to help them a little bit more. They don't have an agent to provide forms and give them guidance. Now, we can help them and guide them on the procedures without giving away our clients' secrets and without asking them, that unrepresented person, for their secrets. We've got to be very delicate and make sure that we do it all above board with reasonable skill and care, honestly and ethically and fairly. So while we're helping that for sale by owner by providing the forms that they have no access to, because it indirectly helps our buyer accomplishing their goal of buying the house, we've got to do this carefully. It's real easy, by the way, after you meet that for sale by owner seller, for them to end up liking us. After the initial guard kind of goes down and your professionalism shines through and your friendliness, they could start to kind of like you and kind of look at you as sort of their agent too. But that's a danger zone. And we have to always make sure they understand, don't tell me anything you don't want the buyer to know, because don't forget, you might really like me, but I'm not your agent. You are your own agent. Don't tell me anything confidential. We've got to be really on top of that. That's part of this too, even though we're helping them complete the transaction. So we kind of talked about this. Broker's duties to the customer. We owe 2 of those 6 old car items. And so we have a buyer here on the left and their own buyer agent. We've got a seller on the right and their listing agent. And that buyer agent owes the seller honesty, fairness, and disclosure. Even though the seller's not their client, the seller is their customer. And that listing agent owes the same thing to the buyer. Because to that listing agent, that buyer is their customer, but they still owe disclosure, honesty, and fairness. This thing about what we owe and to whom, I equate to like a tennis net, like a tennis court. We got the net in the middle between the parties. We're whacking that ball back and forth. When it comes to counter offers, back and forth. Let's make a counter. Now we're waiting to see what they're going to say, how they're going to respond. They're going to whack it back across to us. And then finally something happens. Either it gets denied or accepted. So what do we owe and to whom? We're the broker. To our client, who is a principal to the transaction, we owe all of old car, all 6 fiduciary duties. And to us, the one on the other side is the customer. They are a third party, basically. Oh, sorry, no, customers to us is on the other side, but also third parties in the whole world. That person at the Walmart checkout line, that's a third party. We owe disclosure to them too. If we know that the roof leaks on this house, a rank stranger asks us about it, we owe disclosure to them too. Disclosures to everybody. Honesty and fairness is to everybody, the customer on the other side as well as third parties. We have to disclose all material facts to everyone voluntarily, no matter who it is that we represent. That's how important material facts disclosure is. Here they are. Let's talk about the material facts themselves. It's these 4 categories. Number 1, the property itself. If I were to ask you, what is a material fact? Give me an example. I bet almost every one of you would give me examples of number 1. Leaky roof, excessive mold, plumbing problem, electrical problem. All of that is the property itself, about the property. So a material fact couldn't be about the property, but also number 2, it could be down the road from the property. I think we've touched on some of this when we were talking about the comment section. You see, we are already seeing some overlap between the comment section and this chapter 7. So it's that idea of the landfill down the road that needs to be disclosed. The airport air traffic overhead, and also number 3, the ability to perform. Got a foreclosure notice, or the buyer's loan didn't get approved, or a bankruptcy, or any manner of things that could affect their performing it financially. Number 4, whatever they care about. Termites, pets, pet allergy situation. Any of these things could be material facts. And I think we've covered most of these things. If we go on a listing appointment, we have a duty to discover and disclose these things. We need to look around. We need to open the cabinets under the sink. We are not required to do any testing. We're not inspectors. We are not required to go up in the crawl space, thank goodness, or I wouldn't be in this business. But we do need to keep our eyes open, look around, look under cabinets, see if the dishwasher works, flip the switch, flip on lights, discover. Discovery is one of the responsibilities. This is the down the street stuff. In the continuing ed course, they talk about hog farms. Some parts of the state sort of have sometimes chicken farms, hog farms nearby. All that stuff is something that matters potentially to a buyer. The other things that might be something that matters to a party to the transaction could be, was it ever in a flood? Even though it's been repaired, because maybe turns out that, as we saw yesterday, when it's in a flood, maybe the mold sprung up. Did they open up all the walls and see if there was any mold and take care of everything? Or on the bottom left, was it ever in a fire? Maybe you see one far end of the attic has some charred wood. How extensive was it? Did it cause structural damage? Did they get all that looked at? And so it might be that they lost a house to a fire and they just don't even want to go there. Does it have an HOA? Does it have a covenants and restrictions in the neighborhood? All that stuff matters, potentially. Now we get into the fun stuff. There are a couple of things that are material facts that have to be disclosed. Remember that RPOD's disclosure form that we looked at a little bit ago? Let me share something with you. Within that thing, I almost opened it before class, but I thought, nah, I'll wait. But I should always listen to the little voice. Here it is. In that RPODs, there are 3 options that the seller has. Here's what we're looking at. This is the first page. We'll spend more time in it in the next chapter, but I just want to call your attention to this. Once we get to page 2, you can see it's just a bunch of fine print questions, a page and a half of them about the property. And here's the answer choices. Seller could say, check the box, yes, there is a problem about this structural thing or the plumbing thing or the HVAC or electrical. Yes, there's a problem. Check the box. Or, no, there's no problems. I know for sure. Check that box. Or they have the option on the whole thing. They could check no representation for this entire disclosure. What does that mean? It means I'm not telling one way or the other, even if I know. That seller could choose to not answer it. Do they have to provide it? Yes. Could it be not worth the paper it's written on because they checked no representation all the way down through? Exactly right. So, what if they give this thing? No, the thing is, and you tell me, guys, the question is it common to check no representation? I think that's what the question is here. You tell me, if you were a buyer and you received this disclosure from the seller, what would be your first thought? Your first skeptical conspiracy theory, yeah. You're thinking, what are they hiding? Why did they say nothing? If they had nothing to hide, they should have checked no or even yes and told us stuff. But here's the thing, that isn't necessarily the case, but we can't help it. It's human nature to assume the worst, right? Or at least prepare for the worst. So that's the counsel I give to sellers. I could say, look, you can check no rep, but we're probably going to cause some concern and the buyer's going to be worried. And maybe if it's something that's a definite no, we shouldn't cause that to pop up in their minds. But it might be that the seller is in the law field, in the legal field, and they just can't help themselves. They are born and bred and trained to avoid any liability at all costs. So if they're able to check no representation, that's what they're going to do. So just let them know what the options are there. That's the main thing. So we've given them this thing, but there are a couple of cases where even if they do know, and even though normally they can check no representation, here are cases where they cannot hide it. These next couple of items have to be disclosed no matter what, period. And one of them is if the house has ever had synthetic stucco siding. That's what it looks like when it goes bad. And, you know, over doors and windows of the synthetic stucco, usually there are these protrusions. I can't make this zoom. Maybe I can. There it is. You can kind of see over that window a little bit of an exterior protrusion. Well, that's a great place for water to accumulate. And so if you don't keep that little angle up there sealed with some sort of sealant, caulking, something like that, then it's going to get down in there and you're not going to know it. And over time, wood rot, termites are drawn to it, mold, because all of those things are conducive. And you're not even going to know that all this is going on under there until maybe one day you walk around and you see a little dark spot on one edge. Or you have an inspection because of a sale and the inspector points a temperature gun at it and realizes that it's wet back there. Or you press on it and it pushes through. And so when water gets down in there, the problem with synthetic stucco is it's not like brick. With a brick home, they actually allow a little bit of a space behind that brick so that if moisture gets behind it, it has a way to seep out. It's called a weep holes are at the bottom. But with synthetic stucco, it's all sandwiched together, like the water clinging to the side of your glass. And so if moisture gets back in there, it's just doing its thing. It's sort of like house cancer, just eating it away in these various ways over time. And the longer it goes undetected, the worse it gets. Since it's such a big deal, and since it's so common that people don't maintain the joints properly and keep them sealed and moisture can get back there, it has been the source of class action lawsuits. A lot of money has been spent fixing this problem and people have been sued over. And so it became a requirement in our industry that if a property has ever had synthetic stucco, even if it has been completely replaced with something else, by the way, what if this seller got fed up and they said, look, let's just get all the stucco off of here. I'll bump the windows and doors out a couple inches and we'll brick it up in its place. We're going to turn this into a full brick house. Guess what? That's going to be expensive, but maybe they do it anyway. And you would have never known if you walked by it. You'd just say, oh, look at that brick house. You'd never know it used to have synthetic stucco. Even if they did that, they still have to admit that they had synthetic stucco. So that's a material fact that must be disclosed. Spoiler alert, there's 3 of them. This is one of the 3. What's the next one? this stuff. Anybody ever looked under a sink or in a crawl space and seen the gray plumbing pipes? They tend to be gray, and they are called polybutylene pipes. They were prevalent form of plumbing pipes in the 80s and 90s. 80s and 90s neighborhoods are going to have this stuff probably. And the issue is that over time, particularly if the fittings, instead of being brass like these are also polybutylene, they develop these pinhole leaks. And so where do pipes live? In walls and floors that you can't see the leak right away. Just like the synthetic stucco, the leak is happening, the moisture is doing its damage, and we don't see it, don't catch it right away until something is really bad. So here's the nuance with this. We have to disclose that the property has polybutylene pipes, plumbing pipes, even if they've been repaired or replaced, but only if they've ever leaked. So it's not quite like the synthetic stucco thing. If there was synthetic stucco, we have to disclose it. But if there is polybutylene pipes, do we have to disclose it? No. Only if they've ever leaked. So if the poly pipes have ever leaked, they must be disclosed, even if they've been repaired or replaced. That's the second of 3 material facts that have to be disclosed. The next question that sometimes people bring up is, well, how would you know if this stuff ever leaked? And what if they replaced it all? You still have to disclose it. How would you know about the leak? You may not. But one way that you could find out about it is something called a CLUE report. A CLUE report, that's an acronym, stands for Comprehensive Loss Underwriting Exchange. We'll get into that in the insurance chapter. But that's basically a database, sort of like your credit report is available for free every year to you. The CLUE report is available for free to sellers of houses or owners of houses if they want to go look it up. So it's not like a requirement, but what it is a record of all the major insurance claims brought against that property's insurance policy in the last several years. I think it's 7 years, actually. So that might be one place. If your buyer client's worried about this in particular because they heard about it or got harmed by it in some other transaction and it's a thing to them, then you could ask the listing agent, would you have your seller pull their CLUE report and share it with us? Let's see if there's any issues, and this might be one of them that would show up on the CLUE report because it would be a pretty substantial dollar figure of a payout. When it comes to these poly pipes, the repair of the leak might be covered under the insurance. But if you say, well, I don't know if these are going to leak again, and I don't want to go through all this again, let's just go ahead and replace all the pipes with the new version, PEX. Your insurance probably is not going to cover the replacement. They'll cover the damage, but not the replacement of the new stuff to prevent future damage. They'll cover the future damage if it happens, but you're going to have to go through the hassle of the damage. Just a little side note. Here's my favorite one. Always must be disclosed. Reminds me of Walter White, Breaking Bad, right? Meth lab. Was meth ever produced in the house? What's wrong with producing meth in a house? What is the problem there? Anybody happen to know? Toxic. You got it. Chemical problems, right? That's toxic fumes that get absorbed into the drywall, into the surfaces, and they could actually be breathed in. There was a case in the news of a pregnant lady who was renting a house, and somehow or other she ended up, for some reason, having to take a test, a drug test, maybe for a job, and it showed her testing positive for meth. So she got in trouble with DSS because she was pregnant and looked like she was on meth. Come to find out, she wasn't. She was innocent, like she said. It was just that they had moved into a new rental house that had been used to produce meth, and she breathed in or absorbed in her body the toxic meth fumes, and it registered on the good news. The happy ending is the baby did not have any sign of it. All of that turned out okay, and she got off the hook. They realized what it was, and maybe the landlord got in trouble. I don't know. Good question. How do you find this out? You know, sometimes you just don't. But I guess if your client is particularly worried about it, maybe you could try calling the cops, calling the police departments, or maybe looking up I'm sure there's a test, but in 27 years, I've never had anybody do one. Yeah, the neighbors like to talk. That might be helpful. But there might be a test or a screening of some sort that could help detect that sort of thing. But again, no one's ever asked for it that I've ever been involved with. But if somebody was particularly affected by it because of a past situation, and so they're sensitive and asking specifically, then you're going to need to figure that out. Google it, talk to your BIC, figure out what needs to be done, talk to inspectors, and maybe even the police, and see, just do your research to find out whatever answers they need. So those are the three. Meth house, polybutylene pipes that have leaked, not just poly pipes. If it has poly pipes, that is not a material fact. But if they've leaked, it is. And then synthetic stucco, whether it's even been completely replaced and it's not even there anymore, still material. We've talked about this already. We're going to reach it here again because now with this topic of agency, it's important. Willful and negligent misrepresentation, willful and negligent omission. And as a recap, willful means they did it on purpose. The agent knew something, and on purpose they either said or kept their mouth shut, but they did it intentionally. Negligent means they were lazy or slack. They should have gone to the length to find something out, but they didn't bother. So negligence versus willful. And then misrepresentation, they said or wrote something that wasn't true, or they said nothing, omission. Couple other, three more items here, special items before our break. And these are not material facts. These three items do not have to be disclosed. And some of them might surprise you. One of them is a death in the house. Death or suicide in the house does not have to be disclosed. How do we feel about that? Anybody want to know? Who wants to know if there was a death in the house you're going to buy? Tell me in the chat if that's something you would really rather know and maybe use as a decision to not buy it. It's okay. Either way, there's no right or wrong answer, because alongside death and suicide in the house, another one is haunted. Is it haunted? Anybody ever been in a haunted house? Stayed in one, lived in one, owned one? I might have shared this with you. Forgive me, because there has been some overlap with comments, but I did hear that in Hawaii, I think I told you this, right? They, haunted houses are a material fact, and turns out they tend to add value to the property. So that just tells my cynical brain that a lot of people have haunted houses in Hawaii because it adds to their bottom line. But the death, the suicide, the haunted status, and probably the worst one, convicted sex offender lives nearby, is not a material fact. If somebody lives next door and they're on the sex offender registry, you do not have to disclose it. You don't have to tell. If they ask you, if you're the listing agent and you happen to know all of these things apply, it's haunted by a convicted sex offender who committed suicide in the basement. All these things are the deal. And somebody comes to you and says, I might want to buy this place. Has there ever been a death here? You have two choices. You could say, I'm not going to answer that question. Or you could answer the question, in which case it would have to be the truth. If you do choose to answer it, you got to tell the truth. You can't lie about it. But you don't have to answer it, actually. Sometimes by not answering it, we're kind of answering it too, by the way. But those are your options as the broker. Sex offender, somebody, quite often run into that. People have a problem with that, obviously. I mean, it seems like kids are at risk. How is that not a material fact? It's just a very difficult situation that comes back around to, does it potentially harm owners nearby, owners of real estate? And so the real estate commission, I think what they're getting at here is, it might just be that somebody on a convicted sex offender registry, a convicted felon, might actually lie to authorities. Maybe. So maybe they tell the authorities they're going to live in a place when they get out, but they move and they don't tell the authorities that they moved. But in the meantime, the neighbor next door is trying to sell their property, but the neighbor beside them shows up on the registry and the buyer says, I'm not living there. And it's not even true. There is no sex offender anymore. They moved out, but the buyer chose not to buy the one next to it because they didn't want to live next to them, understandably, right? So I think that might be part of the logic there, but it is what it is. We just have to do what the laws and rules allow and provide for us to do. So those are never material facts. Those are what's called stigmatized properties, not requiring disclosure. Let's go ahead and take our break. I'll see you back here in 10. 3 days after closing, a buyer finds out the seller's son committed suicide in the basement. The agent never disclosed this fact, and the buyer's furious. What remedies are available to the buyer? Tell me in the chat. Everybody participate. Hey, whatever works. I've heard of that. Keeping people settled. Would you like me to sage it? Yeah, you got it. Nothing. And then the second follow-up, what if the son died of HIV or AIDS? Does that change anything? Even more important to not say. We can't tell that they died of HIV or AIDS because then that would be a violation of fair housing because of it's a disability. That's another big testable item. If the person who died in the house died of HIV or AIDS, we absolutely cannot disclose that fact, because that would violate fair housing category of disability or handicap. So what do we do as brokers? We account for the funds. We act competently, reasonable skill and care, right? We deliver all offers, even the ones that they might not like. We disclose commissions if we're getting bonuses, any kind of commissions. What do we not do? A lot of those things we see in the comments section. We don't make false promises. We have to disclose conflicts of interest, so we can't keep those a secret, and we don't act improperly. The consequences, more than just commission discipline, by the way. The real estate commission would certainly discipline us, quite possibly. We could face civil lawsuits. You can always face civil lawsuits. And sometimes you could face criminal conviction for breach of duty. These things could add up, could stack up. It could be all three, or just two, or just one. Seller duties in agency. What's the seller doing in this agency thing? Well, they're hopefully acting in good faith, doing what they promised to do. Allow it to be shown within reason. If the seller all of a sudden turns down all the showings, we have a problem. They agreed to allow it to be shown. They agreed to cooperate, provide documentation as needed to work toward getting this thing sold, under contract, and closed. And then pay us. They promised to pay. And that brings up another test question that they like to ask. At what point have we earned our commission? At what point has the listing agent and buyer agent earned their commission? Tell me in the chat. At what point in the transaction have they earned it? Anyone else? Appreciate the answers. Need more participation. A few more answers. More. In fact, it's more than day of closing. There's a difference between when did we earn it and when do we make it? When do we get it? When are we paid? When we're paid is certainly after the deed is recorded, yes. But did we earn it on that same day? No. We earned it probably days, maybe weeks before that. When we get into the contracts and actually seeing the listing agreement in Chapter 8, it'll make more sense. But in that, it says that the agent is deemed having earned the commission when they have produced a certain kind of buyer. A ready, willing, and able buyer. So let me show you that listing agreement. I'll give you a little glimpse, because I think that's the best way to have this stuff stick. By the way, these forms are in the Google Drive, so you can start looking through the listing agreement and the buyer agency agreement and the working with agents disclosure. But here it is, Form 101, the exclusive right to sell listing agreement. We go down here. Let me see, I got to find it. Bottom of page 3. The fee has been earned. The firm's compensation has been earned if a ready, willing, and able buyer is procured. What does that mean? Ready and willing? Would you call them a ready and willing buyer if they came and made an offer? That sounds pretty ready and willing to me. So here's the question. Were they able? If they were getting a loan and they backed out before the loan got approved, do we have proof that they were actually able? No. So you might have trouble if the whole deal fell apart and you're trying to sue the client for your commission. Not fun, not advisable. Knock on wood, you never have to do it. I've never had to do it. But could you prove that you procured a ready, willing, and able buyer? You can probably prove the ready and willing part because they made an offer that got accepted. But if they were paying cash, then yeah, you probably could. And so you earned the commission at that point, as soon as the offer was accepted. And we went under contract, ready, willing, able, because it's cash. But if they've got to wait and get a loan approved, when that loan approval came in, maybe 4 days before closing, at that point, then yeah, if that's the point at which you've earned it, right? And if that's the point at which the deal fell apart and now you're suing your seller for the commission, and you can prove that that loan was approved when they just let it all fall apart and you feel like they should still pay you the commission even though they didn't close, that's what they'd be looking at, right? How often do people sue over commission? Not often, I don't think, in residential, probably more frequently in commercial than residential, but I don't know how frequently that is. But this is the testable question. When did you earn it? When a ready, willing, and able buyer was procured. When did you receive it? The answers that all of you gave in the chat, right? At the time the closing happens, deed is recorded. And good point. Victor goes further and says, actually, what you received isn't even your part. Your part is within that check. You got to take it back to your office and then get your part. So, yeah, good point. This phrase pops up in your material. It's a Latin phrase, says caveat emptor. It means let the buyer beware. But who should they beware of? Let the buyer beware of who? I'll give you a choice. The seller or the broker? Who should the buyer beware of? Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware of the seller. You got it. Not the broker, because we have to disclose things. They don't have to beware of us. We have to give them disclosure about the property. But this I should have elaborated. This pertains to the property itself and disclosure of material facts. So could that seller know there's something wrong with the house and choose not to tell? Yeah. No representation. They can check the whole thing. The whole disclosure full of that. So yes, let the buyer beware of the seller, because the seller doesn't just have to hold their hand and point out every flaw of the house. The seller knows that the buyer has the right to have it inspected, and they can sit back and say, well, you go hire the professional of your choice to find it. I'm not going to baby you. You go find it yourself. There is a bit of an exception to this, because while the seller doesn't have to point it all out to the buyer, they can check no representation. What they cannot do is what's called a latent defect. They can't hide a latent defect. In other words, they can't go to great lengths to make it impossible to find out about a flaw or a defect. But they've got to give them a fair chance of finding it, right? They don't have to. They can't keep them from discovering the thing. So you do have to watch out for that. But let the buyer beware of the seller. That's what caveat emptor means. When we get into a discussion of agency, we're going to talk about buyer agency and listing agency or seller agency, dual and designated dual. But all of those things fall into one of three categories. They all fall into this category called special agency. So these types of agency are not the kind that we interact with daily so much. These are just sort of the major three buckets within which other people can represent people. So universal agency is the one that gives the agent the most control over the client's position or decisions. General agency is the next most, and then special is the least. So let's look at them. And this is not just real estate. Universal agency means that the agent can do anything the principal can do. They can sign for them. They can spend their money. They can start businesses or terminate businesses or choose to turn off the ventilator. Oh, now it just got serious. Any business of any kind, virtually no limits to authority. It's created by a power of attorney or a court order. Who might typically be a universal agent for someone? In what profession? And you guys are welcome to unmute, by the way, and speak up. We have a small enough class that won't be a problem. What sort of profession would have someone who would be a universal agent for somebody else? You got it. Perfect. Yeah. I don't want to be a universal agent for somebody, but an attorney does it all the time. They might have a limited power of attorney or they are an attorney. A power of attorney could be given to anybody, not just an attorney, but we could also be a universal agent in this business. One time in 27 years, it was just inconvenient for the client to show up to closing, and they gave me a limited power of attorney to sign on their behalf all the closing documents, and I hated it. I was nervous. I made sure every document was exactly what they intended it to be, and I had to sign it. It hurt my hand because you have to sign Neil Pender as attorney in fact for Joe Blow, and then Neil Pender as attorney in fact for Jane Blow, and it was like a million papers, and I'm like, this was a terrible idea. So not only the inconvenience and the pain of it, but just the liability. I don't want that kind of liability and signing for people. So typically just not a good idea for a broker to do that, but it's legal and it's allowed. It could have been their cousin or their friend that they gave this limited power of attorney to. But all of that falls under universal agency. Thank goodness, though, in the normal, typical course of what we do, we don't have to act in this way. We don't have to be in this bucket. We can be a different kind of agent than a universal agent. And it's not necessarily this one. There's one aspect of real estate that does fall as a general agent, and that one is given away here in the photo. But when you choose to be a property manager, that requires a little more than what we do on the sales side of things. In fact, let me ignore general agency and let's go on to special agent, the lowest level. This is what we deal with on the sales side. We're authorized to do very specific acts in accordance with whatever our client instructs us to do. And it's the typical client-principal relationship in a real estate agency agreement. So we tend to be special agents like James Bond, right? We're this level, the lowest level. But we would never sign, part of this is we would never sign a contract on behalf of our client. We would advise them, help them understand it, but they would say, you know what, I don't have time to do this. Could you just sign off? You know what my lowest dollar amount is. Just go ahead and accept it for me. If we got that request, we would need to answer it this way. I really appreciate your trust. However, I'm not allowed to do that. I will need to present all offers to you. I'll make it as simple as I can and easy as I can, but I can't sign contracts for you. That would be either this or this. Let's talk about this one. There is a segment of this business called property management where you do act as a general agent instead of a special agent. Because as a property manager, you have to make decisions for your client. They're hiring you because they don't want to deal with that rental property. They just want you to tell them everything's going great and here's our money, right? You took your part, your 8 to 10% a month, and gave them the rest of it. And you find and approve tenants, you evict tenants, go sit in the courtroom, till your time is up to evict the tenant in front of the judge or whatever. Figure out if it's a big property like an apartment complex, hiring and firing of staff and scheduling and authorizing routine maintenance. You have a say-so in a certain amount of expenditures you're allowed to make. You can spend some of their money because they don't want to hassle with every nickel and dime. That's what you're there for. And since you're signing some leases and routine maintenance and spending some of their money, you have more of a relationship with them than this one. So general agency is more than special agency, and it tends to be either property management or this one. Here's the other example, very testable, by the way, of how general agency can pop up in this business, and it's any agent for any firm. When you work for a firm, I think I might have mentioned already, when you list a property for sale, you don't have to get your BIC signature on that listing agreement. Yours is good enough. And it's because of this. You're a general agent on behalf of your firm. You're representing your firm, making decisions for your firm. Not like the name and the colors and the logo, but who are we going to do work for? Who are we going to be a buyer agent for or a listing agent for? You're making those decisions. You can choose. You don't need to check in with your BIC unless you're provisional. But once you're non-provisional, you don't have to. Your BIC pretty much is going to say to you, list everyone you can. Help as many buyers as you can. We sign buyer agency agreements. We negotiate offers and contracts on behalf of our client. We don't accept them on behalf of the client, but we help them with negotiating. And we're the ones who communicate with them. Even though the firm is the agent, we are the contact person. We're the common denominator. We directly communicate with the firm's clients. And frankly, those clients are probably the firm's clients only because of us. They probably chose the firm, but only because we happen to work for that firm. It's just sort of the way that tends to work. Sometimes they're saying, I only want to have a RE/MAX agent, but for the most part, the agent is the one who wins the business. The name of the firm behind them is just like maybe helpful in the background, but it's more about the person than the firm, typically. So there are two places in this industry where general agency pops up. It's this one, you're a general agent on behalf of your firm, and if you're a property manager on behalf of your seller. I'm sorry, your property owner client. Typically in sales, though, we're this one. Let's talk about brokerage. The word brokerage is the act of bringing parties together in the marketplace. You're bringing the buyer and the seller together. As a broker, you're brokering the deal. You're a broker licensed to negotiate or sell interest in property for others for a fee. The negotiation is the key element here. You're licensed to negotiate. As a provisional broker, you can do most of the same things, except a couple. You can't be a property manager. These are testable. Write these down. As a provisional broker, you can't be a property manager. And as a provisional broker, you can't do a market analysis or a BPO, broker price opinion, for a fee. You can't do that for like $100 and I'll tell you what your house should sell for. That's something only for full brokers. And then you also cannot be a designated dual agent against your broker in charge when you're a provisional broker. In other words, if your broker in charge is supposed to be watching over your every transaction, how could they represent a party on the opposite side of the fence from the one you're helping? They can't. It's a conflict of interest. It's not allowed. So we'll talk more about that in a little while. But those are the three things that you can't do as a provisional broker. That's about it. You can pretty much do anything else that I can do. The principal is the client, the one who hired you, and the one to whom we owe all of those fiduciary duties of old car. And to the other agent in the transaction, our client is their customer. Is that making sense now? Yeah, that was good. I just saw that in the chat from a few minutes ago. Sports agent is a pretty good representation example of what we're doing. How do we create agency? If you see this test question, the answer is yes. The question is, are all agency agreements required to be in writing? Yes, they are all required to be in writing. There's one little point of confusion that you might find your brain kind of gravitating toward. You may not know any better yet, but there is one opportunity where we could work for somebody as their agent and owe them all of the old car responsibilities, but not get it in writing. And that's a form of buyer agency. Buyer agency could be what we call oral buyer agency. We just told them, and maybe they say, I just met you. I don't want to hire you as my buyer agent. I don't know you. You might be a bad agent. Let me try you out first. Let's look at a couple houses first, and maybe later I will go ahead and put it in writing and hire you to be my buyer agent. So for a limited time, you can be someone's buyer agent without having it in writing. But does that mean all agency agreements aren't in writing? Well, here's the thing about oral buyer agency. The limited time. It's only allowable up until the point they want to make an offer. When they finally find one they want to buy and they make an offer, this oral buyer agency thing is not going to work anymore. They have to sign it and put it in writing. And if they don't, they might refuse. I like to paint this hopefully always fictional situation, but let's just say this is what happens. You meet the new person. They say, well, I don't know you, but I'll try you out. I don't want to put in, I'm not signing anything. Okay, I understand. I will give you some listings. I'll show you some houses. And maybe after a couple of Saturdays going out 2 or 3 hours at a time, you've shown them 10 or 12 houses. Maybe another Saturday and another Saturday. And 6 months later, you're still showing them houses. You still don't have an agency agreement in writing. Is this allowed? Yes, because they haven't made an offer yet. Is your BIC happy about it? Maybe not. Because are you just being strung along? Is this really going to turn into something? Maybe, maybe not. The first time that happens and it burns you, you'll probably rethink this whole oral buyer agency thing. That you don't have to do it, by the way. You could say, I don't do it my business that way. That's not how I work. But for our case here, we're going to say you're doing it. 6 months later, they finally find one they wanted to make an offer on. And so you're thrilled. And you say, let's go meet at the coffee shop. I'll see you there. And you get there and you're excited and you pull out the offer to purchase and you write up the offer and you tell them what you think you should offer. You do the market analysis to see what it's worth. Actually, to see what it should sell for. We can't call it what it's worth. That's not what we do as brokers. But we do the market research and we say, let's make an offer for this much, and you write it up. And they sign it. And then you say, oh, I almost forgot. Before I go to the office and fax this offer over to the other party, or scan it and email it. Nobody faxes anymore. One more thing I need from you. Remember that oral buyer agency conversation we had 6 months ago? I need you to put it into writing now. What? Writing? What are you pressuring me for? This obnoxious buyer says to you. Hopefully that will never really exist in real life. But just for the sake of this example, it's fun. Why are you pressuring me? I don't want to sign anything. Just deliver my offer. I'm not signing it. What is your role in this moment? Are you a buyer agent at this point when you deliver this offer that you've written? You can't deliver the offer unless you're a written buyer agent. You can't deliver it as an oral buyer agent. So, what are you? Could you deliver the offer, by the way? Tell me in the chat. You have one. You have to deliver all offers. You just wrote it. But they won't sign buyer agency. Is there something we learned, I don't know, maybe 2 hours ago in terms of a type of agency that starts with an S that is the default type that you might be at this moment in time since they won't make you a buyer agent officially? What is that type of agency? You got it. You just became, instead of an oral buyer agent, a sub-agent to the seller. Now, that's all well and good. Okay, great. I'll drop back and punt. I'll be a sub-agent to the seller. But here's the other part of that. Let's look on the MLS sheet for this house that you're making, you just wrote this offer on. and let's look at the bottom of it, and let's see if you're even going to be able to get paid as a subagent to seller. If you're a buyer agent, looks like you can get 2.5%. But if you're just a subagent to the seller, this seller's not willing to pay you a dime. Oops. Looks like 6 months of showing them property and just now writing that offer has turned into making nothing. That's not a good feeling. Really, the only way you might make some money in this particular terrible situation that hopefully never arises is to call and talk to that listing agent and say, hey, Consuelo, I know her, she's nice. I got a situation here. I got a buyer, just wrote an offer. They won't make me a buyer agent, and I see that you're not willing to pay, your seller's not willing to pay a subagent to seller. Would they, first of all, reconsider? And she might even ask them to be sure, and they might say, nope, definitely not. Okay, well, then would you pay me a referral fee if I send this person your way, and you can just handle it either as a listing agent and they're an unrepresented buyer, or maybe you could become a dual agent and be representing them both and pay me something. She might, if she's nice, or she could just wait for them to maybe leave you because they've got nothing in writing to obligate them to you, and find their way over there because they know where the house is and they know how to reach her because they can call her off the sign. You're in a bad spot. You'd be lucky if you end up getting a referral fee in this situation. How often does this happen? Not often. I don't know that it's ever happened to anybody I know, but it could. And this test and this course is about the laws and rules, and you need to understand what could happen. That's why I painted that out, kind of drew it out there for you. But that's the thing. Oral buyer agency is only as good to the point where an offer is made. Look, and by the way, that was this house. What about the next one? Oh, look, 0 again. What about the next one? Oh, look, 0 again. I'm pretty sure that maybe out of these 26, there might be 1 or 2 that actually would pay, because they still do pop up from time to time. Why are all these sellers being greedy and not willing to pay anybody that's not a buyer agent? They don't want to pay a sub-agent to seller. Let's think about what it means to be a sub-agent to seller versus a buyer agent. Well, as a buyer agent, you are looking out for their best interest. You are standing up for your buyer. And if the buyer has a problem, like if maybe the square footage ends up being wrong or something with the house, they would come after you and your firm first because you're their buyer agent before they would move on and go after the seller and the listing agent. So the seller and listing agent have a little more liability kind of protection if they're only interested in working with buyers that have buyer agents. But if they're also willing to work with buyers represented by a sub-agent to seller, then some of the responsibility still lies with the seller and the listing agent. There's some liability that can get through the cracks there. And so that seller, with a good agent explaining it to him, might say, I don't want that. Let's just make it so that only buyer agents are invited. We're only going to pay a buyer agent. You better only come at us with an offer if you have a buyer's agent. That's why so many of them put 0. And they don't want to work with sub-agents to sellers. They don't have to do it, but that's something they could do. So how can agency be created? It can be created by listing the property with the listing agreement, that 101 form we looked at. It could be a buyer agency agreement, whether oral or written, the agency has been created. It could be a dual agency agreement, which really is just an added extra thing to these first 2. Hey, seller, would you let me be a dual agent if that comes up? Check the box. Same for buyer. It could also be a property management agreement. Some owner has hired you to manage their rental property for them. Another kind of agency agreement that we don't really think of in this way is an independent contractor services agreement. What's that one about? Who's involved in an independent contractor agreement? I'll give you a hint. It's not a client. An independent contractor services agreement. Guess what? That's us. That's the thing you sign between you and your firm. And that's yet another kind of agency that one that doesn't involve the client. And then finally, in this market at least, written tenant representation agreements aren't going to get you paid too much. I just helped a renter. It's when an agent helps a renter try to find a rental property. But you might make $100 or $200 or $300. But I helped the dad of a former client a couple weeks ago, and I just kind of knew going in 50-50 that I'll even get paid at all. But sometimes you do things as for sort of a relationship purpose. We went out 3 times. I probably spent about 4 total hours with him. 2 of those properties that we showed, we went back to the coffee shop and I applied for him while he sat there. I kind of went through because he was not comfortable with the whole computer thing. And so I basically went through all that with him, and those probably ended up being 5 hours actually. And guess what? He called me the other day and said, "Good news. My boss had a rental property that he knows from somebody, and let me know what I owe you." It wasn't any of the ones that I showed. He says he's willing to pay me a couple bucks for my time, but I'm not holding my breath. They're not like when you see them on HGTV out in California, people are making $5,000 placing a tenant into $1 million+ property, but that's just really not kind of how it works here. But it's a long game thing. It's really not for the money. It's more for the relationship. Maybe next year when they're ready to buy after the lease is up, maybe you've got a pretty good option or opportunity there. So, but it is another kind of agency. Here's the one that's not allowed. Implied agency is not allowed. We've got to be specific. Implied versus express. Express is required. That means you intentionally said what you wanted to do. I'm going to represent you. I represent this person. That's express agency. Implied agency is when you're just expecting them to assume and figure out who you represent based on your actions without talking about it, right? So that's not allowed. It's not oral. It's not written. It's just based on your conduct. Implied agency is illegal. You can't make them guess who you represent. You have to be very clear, letting people know who you represent. Here's the good one. Express. We'll see this again in chapter 9 when we talk about contracts. We'll talk about an express contract or an implied contract. And we also saw express and implied, I think, a couple weeks ago. But with agency, we have to be intentional. We have to say, this is what we're going to do. I represent the buyer, or I represent the seller, or I represent them both. It could be written. It could be oral. Remember oral buyer agency? That's an express agreement too. But you're telling them. You're saying it. But either of those are express. What's not allowed is this one. Just based on my actions, you're guessing what I'm doing, who I'm representing. It's illegal. They all have to be in writing, spelling out what's going to happen. Even oral buyer agency will never get you paid, right? It's got to be put into writing at time of offer. So in that regard, the testable question could be, are all agency agreements in writing? Yes. To get you paid, they are. But there is there's an amount of time that you could be an oral buyer agent, but that doesn't really count there. And then here's the other weird thing about this industry, this business. Who is paying you, the source of the money, doesn't have necessarily anything to do with who you are loyal to. Your agency obligations might be to your buyer, but where is the money coming from that pays you? The seller, right? The seller has agreed to the listing agent to pay them a total commission based on the price. And that listing agreement has put it on the MLS and said, hey, buyer agents, bring me your buyers. I'll split it with you in some way. Not necessarily 50-50, by the way. And so you're getting compensated from the seller, but you're obligated to protect the fiduciary responsibilities are toward your buyer client, including loyalty and obedience and confidentiality. So you're a buyer agent with regard to that seller because your buyer's buying their house. But don't forget, to all other sellers in the market, you're a sub-agent to them. Then you might meet another buyer who wants to buy that house across the street, and now you're a buyer agent for your buyer up against that seller, no longer that seller's seller sub-agent. Maybe it's starting to seep in a little bit. I know it's hard to grasp sometimes, so hang in there. It will get better. Just know this, the compensation where you're getting paid from does not affect who your obligations are toward. Who you're loyal to who you are loyal to may not be the one who is paying you. So agency compensation and representation versus compensation are irrelevant to each other. How do we get rid of agency agreements? How can they terminate and explode and go away? Our favorite way is what? Tell me in your words. What's the best way for agency to end? We got paid. We closed successfully. That means that agency agreements are never lifetime, perpetual. There's plenty of agents that use that as a tagline. I'm your lifetime real estate agent. I'm your agent for life. They want to be, but with every sale, every transaction, the agency agreement is over and a new one must be entered into for the most part. So completion or fulfillment's the best way for that agency agreement to go away. It could also go away because the time expired. Because here's another thing, write this one down. All agency agreements must expire, have an expiration date, have a termination date. All agency agreements have to have a termination date. And keep in mind what we're talking about here is either a listing agreement or a property management agreement or a buyer agency agreement or a tenant representation agreement. And so what if you and your seller decide, you know what, seller, you don't want to sell anymore, do you? It's maybe the school year has started up. You thought you'd give it a try. Now it's too much of a hassle to have showings while the kids are getting ready and stuff. So seller says, let me just take a break. We'll try again in the spring. If your firm allows it, they could choose to let them out of this listing agreement. And so you could mutually agree to terminate this agreement, this agency agreement. Same for buyer agency. But notice it does say mutually. It doesn't say you can fire them and they can fire you, because they can't. And you can't, even though you might want to. By the way, fire people sometimes. It's good for your health, mental health. Sometimes they're awful and you don't find out until halfway through and you're like, oh my gosh, this person is the worst. It's okay to fire them, but again, your firm would have to let them out or they would have to let you out. Operation of law could terminate agency. Something to do with something having to do with judges and courtrooms could result in the agency agreement going away. A couple of years ago, it was pretty tragic. This Ballantine property in South Charlotte, almost to South Carolina, explodes. It blew up from a gas leak. And sadly, I believe the wife was gone, but the husband was there. And it was just terrible. And it was like the rubble didn't even look like a house could have even been there, right? It was a basement home. It just all kind of fell down into the hole in the basement. And if that house had been on the market when it blew up, let me say it better. If that house had been listed, not under contract, but listed, would that listing agreement still be in effect when that house blew up? What do we think? Listing agreement goes away. The agency agreement goes away because of destruction. Blows away, washes away in a flood, blows up, burns down, destroyed, then no more agency agreement there. If there's a breach by either of the parties, that could terminate the agency agreement. And if there's a death, what if the seller dies? The listing agency agreement goes away. What if the listing agent dies, the one whose sign is in the yard? Does this agency agreement go away if the listing agent dies? Because it's not between them and that client, is it? It's between the client and the firm. It's probably going to be that the firm calls them and says, bad news, so sorry to report that our beloved agent so-and-so is your listing agent and they passed away, but we're going to take care of you. We will reassign your listing to another broker within our firm in this difficult time. A little different answer about when the seller dies. Does the listing agreement go away? Yes, but when it comes to a contract, if we're under contract, as we'll see in chapters 9 and 10, that's a different answer. If we're under contract and the seller dies, we still have a contract that the estate and heirs could carry forward and execute. But right now we're talking about agency, and it goes away with the death. We talked about the types. We'll look at them more in chapter 8. And now let's talk about firm policies and what could the firm choose to do. The firm's the one who says, here's who we're going to work with. The firm might choose to say only sellers. We're only a listing firm. Or they might say we're only going to specialize in buyers. We don't want any listings. We're just going to help buyers. It would be kind of foolish, I think, because you're kind of giving away half the opportunities, because with buyers come opportunities to sell and with sellers come opportunities for buyers. But they could. They're not obligated to offer both. They could also say, we'll do either buyers or sellers, but we'll never do dual agency. And we'll dig more into what that is in a little bit. Or they could say, yeah, we'll do dual agency. But what is not allowed in North Carolina that you might find in the test question is transactional agency is not something we do. With transactional agency, think about it this way. When you see the word transactional, what is the priority? It's the transaction, not the people. So in other words, transactional agency is nobody's represented. The agent doesn't represent either party. Neither one has an agent. The agent is just there to facilitate the transaction. And some states do it, but North Carolina does not allow it. We don't do that here. In North Carolina, you've got to have a representative somehow or other. The agent has to represent somebody, is a better way to say that. They can't be unrepresenting both. They got to represent one or the other or both. If a firm chooses to only work with sellers, that would mean that they just take listings. They only want to list property. They don't want to deal with buyers on their own. They always represent sellers, never buyers. If they do want to work with a buyer, then that buyer would have to be unrepresented. Third bullet point. They could interact with a buyer for one of their listings, right? The buyer could say and call them on the side and say, I want to buy your listing. Would you be a dual agent or buyer agent if I want to see something else besides this one? No, we won't. We don't offer that. But if you want to buy this listing that you called on, you can either bring your own agent from another firm or represent yourself, but we won't represent you because we only help sellers. So a firm could work with a buyer only if they stay loyal to their seller only. That buyer is either unrepresented or brings a buyer agent from somewhere else. And so then dual agency is never an option because they're never working for the buyer side. Always sellers. It looks like this. Byron is a buyer agent for Helping Hands Realty. Actually, I should probably, let me think here. I should take off the buyer agency thing. So Byron with Helping Hands Realty is only working with Sarah, the seller, never a buyer as a buyer agent. He would also work with another firm like cross sale, co-brokerage. The other firm could bring the buyer, but Byron is only going to be the, let me fix that. The seller's agent. There we go. Boom. So that's sellers only. There could also be a firm that says buyers only represent buyers. We don't want any listings. We never take listings. Therefore, we can't do dual agency because we're only ever helping a buyer. If a buyer wants to, in this case, find a house for sale, they don't come to this firm to look for the firm's listings. The firm has no listings. This firm can help them, but they're going to be helping them find something listed by all the other firms. So they would never work with Sarah because she's a seller. They could work with Giannis, the buyer, but never yawn us up against Sarah because they don't have any listings for there to be a dual agency situation in. They're going to be working probably with other firms, bringing their own buyers to those other firms' listings. We never take listings when we're doing this one. Single agency only, the kind for buyers. No dual agency opportunities there. You could be an exclusive buyer agent, but that doesn't necessarily mean your firm is only this. But if you're an exclusive buyer agent, you're helping that particular buyer. And again, don't forget that word on the test. What's the word for the agent that's helping the buyer's side? What's the word when you're helping the buyer in some capacity? Yeah, the one that ends in ing. Selling agent. Selling agent helps the buyer. What you still don't know is, are they a buyer agent for that buyer, or are they a sub-agent to seller helping that buyer? The selling agent title doesn't give that answer. You're going to have to keep reading or answer it just knowing, okay, all I know is they're helping the buyer somehow. Don't have enough information to know anything more. Selling agents working on the buyer's side, they may or may not be an actual buyer's agent. Just keep that in mind. A buyer's agent owes all of those same duties of old car: obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable skill and care. And so when you're a buyer agent, where do you make money? How do you get paid? You got it. Usually from the seller's side. However, what if you act as a buyer agent, and what you charge, your fee for being a buyer agent you've chosen is 3%. But you find out that listing agent is only paying you 1%. You charge 3 as a buyer agent, but the other side only wants to give you 1% of the sale price. What do you do in that situation? What are your options? They're not paying you as much as you have decided you're worth. Do you have to just go along with it? Good questions. Was it in writing? Could you negotiate? Talk to the seller to come up with the difference? Or in this case, we're talking about you are the buyer agent. You might have meant talk with your buyer client. Is that what you mean? You're not negotiating. Give me what I want or I'm out of here. Let's look at it. Here's what the options are. Good. It didn't let me zoom at first. This is the exclusive buyer agency agreement. This is the thing we signed that says, hey, client, you're only going to use me to help you buy. Exclusive, meaning exclusively me. Don't go around cheating on me and with other agents. I'm your exclusive buyer agent. There is something called a non-exclusive agreement, which means they could use other agents, but this is the best one for us, right? And if we go down to the bottom, we see a couple of things. We see, first of all, buyer agrees that the firm's fee for the services hereunder shall be in the amount of whatever. Fill in the blank. That's where we could put that 3% or 2% or 2.5% or 4% or whatever we decide to charge for being a buyer agent. And then here's the big part. My firm is going to try to get that fee that I charge from the other side, because usually they'll pay it. That's the unspoken part. Through the listing firm's offer of compensation in the MLS, because when they listed the house in the MLS, they agreed to pay something. We saw the bottoms of those pages a minute ago. Or from the seller if there is no listing firm, in the case of it being like a for sale by owner. Maybe you've explained to them and they've agreed to pay you your fee, whatever you claim that is. And the buyer agrees the firm shall be entitled to receive the same in consideration for their services. But little letter, double I2. If buyer purchases property where the compensation offered by the firm and seller is less than the fee that they choose to charge, or no compensation is offered by either the listing firm or the seller, then they agree that the what? Buyer eats it. Buyer pays the difference. So if you charge 2.5% typically, and that seller on this listing, this buyer wants to buy, only pays 2%, you could go to the buyer and say, I need you to provide me with the other 0.5%. Or you could choose to let it ride and just roll with it. It's your choice. It's a business decision. Talk to your BIC. Work it out. Figure it out. But when it comes to this stuff, is the buyer buying at the top of their capability? Are they having to put down $50,000 of due diligence money? Are they also have to putting another $20,000 in earnest money? Are they having to spend $2,000-$3,000 in inspections? Can they afford it? And now you want an extra couple thousand for yourself. How receptive will they be? That's why it's a business decision. I'm not saying there's a right or the wrong. I'm just saying it's dependent upon the situation and the people and the circumstances. So my favorite answer, my favorite answer. It's the depends guy. But here's what it depends on for me. Is that buyer somebody that just used me to help them sell their house so they could buy the next one? Did I make money on the listing that they helped me with? I'm a little more inclined to maybe help negotiate and come down some. It really does depend. Are they the source of several deals in the past several years? I've got some clients that have sent me or either referred to me or used me 10 to 12 times. And so I'm a little more inclined to help a repeat, loyal, proven to come back to me and be their only guy, especially in a market like this where there's so many options to pick from. So that's why it depends. But talk to your BIC. I'll say that a lot. The buyer will pay the difference. And it's right here, guys. This is the standard buyer agency agreement. I think what the problem is, a lot of brokers don't highlight this and show and point out to the buyer that this is how it's structured. By the way, not going to be tested on this, but just FYI in the industry news, are you aware of the lawsuit against some major real estate firms, including the Realtor Association, by a couple of people that are mad about buyer agency and the fact that the buyer agent gets paid from the seller? Why should the seller have to pay it? And we think the buyer should pay their own agent and the seller should pay their own agent, and we want to change the whole industry. That's being thought about and decided in court right now. The court date is set, I think, for October. One of the big major firms that you all know, I may as well tell you, but I'm not going to. You're just going to have to go look it up if you're interested, wanted to push it to like February. And the judge said, nope, we're doing it in October. They said, but we have our major company retreat and it's in the way. Not our problem. Show up. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know if it'll amount to anything, but it could change how we structure this agency stuff. We won't go too much more into that. We could talk about it more. But what this also points out here is this. If there's bonuses, rebates, or other compensation, we're going to tell you. We're going to disclose that to you. Make sure you know. I'm going to disclose to you that it's time for our break. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back. We got about 45 minutes left, almost done. Hang in there, guys. Deep topic. Hopefully you're hanging in there. Let's keep it going. So, buyer agency. We've talked about oral buyer agency. It's this idea. The buyer wants to kick our tires, try us out. Can we offer this up to them? Sure. We could say, okay, I will let you try me out with no promises made to me. What do we owe to them? Which of the old car fiduciary duties do we owe to this buyer that we agreed to act as an oral buyer agent for? Out of the obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, reasonable skill and care, and accounting, which of any of those do we owe to them as an oral buyer agent? Well done. Somebody's reading. Good job. Every bit of it. We owe the same amount to the same intensity to them as we would if they had signed it in writing. But what do they owe us in return? We could show them 5 houses Saturday morning. Saturday morning, 5 houses. They like the 4th one. They say, let me go think about it. And the first thing they do after we leave is call their cousin. The cousin's on lunch break at Walmart. The cousin has a real job and got paid the whole time you were showing property. The cousin also has a real estate license and does this on the side. And that's fine. Except they tell their cousin, yeah, I got him to show me those 5 houses. I've narrowed it down. I didn't want to waste your time. So write me up the offer for number 4. And they didn't do anything wrong legally. And you let them do it because you agreed to oral buyer agency. And it's terrible, but it's an option. So that's kind of how that could work. And something else I'll ask in these continuing ed classes, I'll say, hey guys, tell me in the chat, either because your firm won't let you or because you don't want to, who here does not do oral buyer agency? Same question, but about oral buyer agency instead of dual agency. And at least half of them, maybe 60% of them say, nope, not me. Not interested in that. And I'll usually say, you folks who say no, was it because you felt you got burned? And they say mostly yes. Somehow or other, they worked with somebody. And here's what I think goes wrong. We could do this for someone, and it's okay to do this for someone. It's not a right or wrong. And it's only fair for somebody to not feel they could trust us yet. That's reasonable. But maybe we should just make sure not to let it drag out too long. Because I think that's where the problem comes. Sure, give them 1 day. Give them 3 properties, the 3 you want to see. You think it's only fair that if you want to buy one of those, you'll let me help you? Yeah, sure, but I still don't want to put it in writing. Okay, well, let's just see how today goes. Maybe you'll give them a day, a couple hours, a couple houses. But maybe you make sure that before you go out with them next week again, you don't ignore the conversation. That's where agents, I think, go wrong. They say, well, this is kind of icky. This is kind of an icky topic. I don't really want to talk about it. I'm just going to hope for the best and not talk about it again until we make an offer. So let's just keep on going. Let me be their friend and we'll laugh and have a good old time. And I'll show them 1,000,000 houses. And then find out that they don't want to hire me. Let's go ahead and close them every time, right? Oh, guys, you want to see 3 more this week? Okay, well, remember, I give the first day free, but I'm going to need a written buyer agency agreement because it's only fair to the buyers that have hired me because this is how I work. I love that phrase, by the way. This doesn't help you pass this test, but out there in the world, remember this phrase, this is how I work. It gives it a sense of like importance. This is what I've determined works the best, and here's how I choose to do it. So either play by these rules or go away. Don't waste any more of my time is sort of the subtext, right? That you're not saying, but you're implying there. So we can do this oral buyer agency thing in the beginning to give them a chance to try us out. It's got to be put into writing before that offer's made, and that buyer remains non-exclusive and can work with anybody else. So that's the thing. Oral buyer agency. We could have a case where we work, a firm works with sellers, or they work with buyers. And then, like I told you earlier, last hour, my classes, the CE classes, and I ask them, who here does not do dual agency because your firm won't let you? That's what this is. A firm has said, I don't want any of our brokers to do dual agency because it's delicate. It's too hard to get it right. With dual agency, looking ahead here, let me go ahead and talk about dual agency. With dual agency, one of those fiduciary duties is off the table. Which one is it? Which of the fiduciary duties is not happening? You got it. There it is. Loyalty. Out of the old car fiduciary duties, loyalty is off the table. So we've got this buyer side. We've got this seller side. It might be that the buyer calls you on your sign or in your Facebook ad or your anything, any way or another. You might find you in the grocery store line. Somehow they want to see your listing. This could be a way it pops up. That buyer says, hey, want to see your listing. Can you show it to me? And you're going to ask, great. Do you have an agent? That's always a good question to ask so that you'll know where things stand. No, I don't. Okay, well, and then they might say, well, I've been pre-approved. And what are you going to say next if they start talking about pre-approval? It's a good thing to do if they say something like that. That sound like a money or motivation, first substantial contact kind of topic? You better stop the conversation. Oh, wait, before you go further, let me protect you from yourself. I am required by the Real Estate Commission, who is in place to protect consumers against brokers, to explain to you what your options are. Right now, I'm not your agent. If we decide we can work well together, by the way, I like that phrase too. If we decide to work together, then the options are these. I could help you as a buyer agent. And if you want to end up buying one of my listings, I could also take that a step further and be the only agent involved and help you buy my listing. And I could be the only agent and would be called a dual agent. In dual agency, you're helping this buyer. You're already the listing agent for the seller and you're helping the buyer both. Can you be a buyer agent if you're a dual agent? Let me ask it differently. If you're a dual agent, are you also a buyer's agent? Yeah, that's the whole point. Dual means two, both. So it means you're a buyer agent for the buyer. You're also a listing agent for the seller. That's what dual agency is. It's both. So let me get a little more formal here. With dual agency, who is the dual agent? If we're going to be semantical about it, based on what we learned 3 hours ago. Yeah. The firm is the dual agent. You're working on behalf of the firm. But yeah, it's ABC Realty. It's the firm itself that's the dual agent, right? So you're being this dual agent, you and your firm. You're giving both of these parties, buyer and seller, all of the old car except loyalty. No loyalty allowed here. Meaning what? This is how I explain it to consumers. Hey, buyer, if you allow me to do this, my seller has already given me permission, and I'm willing to do it if it works best for everybody involved. But if you let me, I could be the only agent involved. I could be a dual agent. What that means is I am representing both of you. But it's not as good as if it were single agency, frankly, because I can't be more loyal to one of you than the other. That's the point that you really need to get across to them. I can't help you more than I help them or help them more than I help you. I have to be fair and equal and honest and balanced between you both. And so here's an example, buyer. If I happen to know the lowest price the seller might be willing to take, I cannot tell you that. And if in our course of conversation, you and me, once we start working together, if you were to confide in me the most you might be willing to pay, I also could not tell the seller that. Got to keep you, got to be a mediator, basically. I'm a referee. That's another good word I see pop up from time to time. I'm more of a referee. I can't give either one an advantage. And frankly, between you guys and me, the seller sometimes has a problem with that. They might agree to it in writing, but then they really kind of expect you to give them a little more loyalty because you knew them first. That's how that buyer even found you, because of this listing. The seller met you 4 months ago. And then here's this new person, this buyer, so they might kind of expect you to help them a little more. And so it might be all fine and good in the beginning on paper, sign it up, write it up this way, but when you're actually starting to make an offer between them, here's how it could go down. You talk to your buyer. Hey, buyer, I did a market analysis for the seller back when I listed the property. So therefore, since I can't be more loyal to them than you, I need to give you an equal amount of information. Here's a market analysis on this property. And that buyer might say, well, you're the professional. I don't know what all these numbers mean. Just tell me what I should offer. I'm sorry, buyer. I can't tell you that. I'm a dual agent. I can't give you an advantage. I can't give you advice. You just have to tell me what you want to offer, and I will tell them what you said. I'll write it up too. I'll fill in the blanks for you, but I can't tell you what you should offer, like I could if you were buying something listed by the firm down the street. Right? Does that hit it home a little better? And that's when they might realize this now. Oh, this is what you meant by dual agency sucks. I get it now. I don't like this. And what that buyer might say is, well, you know what then? Forget it. I don't like this. If you can't give me everything, I see what you realtors make, you greedy jerks. I'm just going to go down the street to this other firm and find myself my own buyer agent, and we'll come back and I'll make an offer on your listing with that person. And what you could say in that moment, first of all, they could, right? But you could also say, okay, wait a minute. I've got one more option. If you don't like that lack of loyalty thing, which I totally understand, then let me talk to my broker in charge. We've got 20 agents here in the firm, or 200, and let me connect you with another broker here with ABC Realty. They don't know any secrets about my seller. You and I haven't talked enough for me to know any secrets about your side. So we can connect you with a good other ABC Realty agent that's not me, that can look out for you, take care of your best interest, and be your, get ready for it, designated buyer agent. They're your person. I'll stick with the seller. And now, guess what has just happened if we do that? Loyalty is restored. It's back on the table. So again, let me say it this way, and you take a note about it. With designated dual agency, loyalty is back in the mix. Here's another way to say it. With designated dual agency, we can treat it like it's two separate firms. We can behave as if it's a co-brokerage situation instead of an in-house situation. Right? That is designated dual agency. Loyalty's back. And so that buyer might say, okay, sounds good. Give me my own agent. Okay, and we do that. And they get their own agent. And they write up the offer and present it to you and blah, 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 and we go forward. Let's rewind. Let's say the designated thing hasn't happened. We're back to true dual agency. I'll call it true dual agency sometimes. So if it's not designated agency, I'll refer to it as true dual agency. We're doing that. We're back to that. We've written the offer with the buyer carefully without them telling any confidential info. All they've done is, yeah, just make an offer for this number. And you filled out all the blanks. You got them to sign it. You handed it to the seller. And now you're talking to the seller, and the seller says, wow, I'm asking $550. They offered $500. Do you think they'll come up? Can we get them to squeak up any? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. I'm a mediator. I'm a referee. I can't give you any advice on negotiating. That's why dual agency is bad. We don't like dual agency. Not great, is it? I mean, it's not bad. It's just a thing. Just need to know the rules about it. And so that's the point at which the seller might really grasp, oh, this is what you meant by it's not so great. Yeah. Referee, mediator, that's true dual agency. No loyalty. But again, the loyalty can be restored if we make it designated dual agency instead. So what if it is this designated dual agency thing? We've got buyer, we've got seller. We want to make this thing a designated dual agency thing. What is the minimum number of brokers involved in designated dual agency? There's at least how many brokers involved if it's designated dual agency? Yes, at least 2. Could there be more? Could we have a team of 15 designated dual agents helping the buyer and a team of 10 designated dual agents helping the seller? Yes. There could be multiples because teams are a thing. You can probably all think of a billboard down the highway that has some real estate team advertisement on it, right? So yes, it's at least 2 brokers involved, but not really a maximum. Could be multiples. Could be 2 or 3 on this side and 4 or 5 on this side. But there's at least going to be a human for each. Right? If this is a co-brokerage sale, is this a designated dual agency situation? Co-brokerage? Co-brokerage means what? Co-brokerage means how many firms? Two. It's not dual agency if it's 2 firms. It's only dual agency if it's within 1 firm. So co-brokerage and dual agency will not be in the same test question. In fact, if you're reading the test question and you see the term co-brokerage, you're going to be able to think, if the answer choice involves dual agency, I can probably strike it out because co-brokerage is not possible for dual. Dual is only for in-house. Same firm, right? 1 broker each party, same firm. Co-brokerage is not going to involve dual agency because co-brokerage means 2 firms are working together, right? Oh, and so here's the other thing that kind of goes back to last hour. We're in designated dual agency. The buyer has their own human broker within the same firm. The seller has their own all to themselves. Loyalty is back. Loyalty is on the table. What if the broker in charge of this firm is the listing agent? Because they still list and sell from time to time in addition to being in charge of all the brokers. And what if the one helping the buyer is you in 2 months? In 2 months, you will definitely be a provisional broker. I don't think there's a possible way that you could not still be provisional in only another 2 or 3 months. So regardless of if it's you or not, can a provisional broker be a designated dual agent up against their own broker in charge? They can't. That is what is not possible, because that provisional needs to be able to consult their BIC along the way. BIC needs to know everything about every transaction. So how can the BIC represent the seller while the PB is representing the buyer and still ask the BIC about questions? They can't. Impossible. But let me ask you this one. And seasoned veteran agents, 20 years in the business, get this wrong all the time. NCE. What if instead of designated dual agency, we just have plain old true dual agency? And in this case, we've got a provisional broker alongside their BIC, both working together as true dual agents. Is that possible? Not designated dual agency, but true plain old dual agency. We're not designating a PB for the buyer and a BIC for the seller. We're just saying BIC alongside their PB are both acting as true dual agents. In other words, neither the provisional broker or the BIC can give preferential treatment to the opposite party or either party. They have to be fair and equal to both. They can't give an advantage to either side. If the provisional or their BIC finds out the lowest the seller might take, they cannot tell the buyer. And if they find out the most the buyer might pay, they cannot tell the seller. Loyalty does not exist here. They can't be more loyal to one party to the transaction than they are to the other. So here's another question. What's the minimum number of brokers involved in a true dual agency situation? Minimum number is one. Could be just one, but in this case, it's two. It could be multiple, guys. Don't think of it this way. True dual agency is one broker between parties. No, that's going to get you the wrong answer. Designated dual agency is two brokers, one for each part. Well, kind of, but it's minimum two for designated, minimum one for true. It could be two in this case. And it could be the provisional and the BIC who are both true dual agents. This is the one that's really hard to wrap your mind around, especially on day one, and especially for people that have been around a long time and don't even think about it enough. So just let your mind kind of percolate on it and write it down in your notes, because this is an easy one to get. It's an easy one to miss. PBs working with their BIC, can they be dual agents? Yes. A PB up against their BIC in designated dual agency, is that allowed? No. Because notice the words. When I talked about this one, I said the PB working alongside their BIC, not up against them. They can't be up against them because they're both true dual agents. And when I talked about this one, I said the PB against their BIC. The fence is back up in between them, right? They're both representing their own respective client. They're neither representing both. They each got one. By the way, when it is a designated agency situation, that firm is the dual agent, right? That's the dual agent. The brokers within the firm, the PB and the BIC involved in that transaction, are the designated dual agents, right? But what about all those other brokers? Broker 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 30, 40. Some firms have 200 or 300 people. What about all the other brokers in the firm? What are they? What's their title? Good guess. Don't blame you for guessing it, because it's pretty safe to say as a default everybody's a sub-agent. But when it comes to dual agency and designated dual agency, all the ones in the firm are dual agents. The other brokers in the firm are dual agents in this situation. Now, they don't know what's going on in this transaction. They don't have anything to do with it. Their fingers aren't involved in it. They're not privy to any of it. But officially, all those other brokers in the firm have no loyalty. They can't be more loyal to one than the other. The PB is a designated just for the buyer. It's not going to be a BIC. Let's call it another PB. Could be another PB. It could be a full broker. They are only for the seller, but everybody else in the firm is a dual agent. Just a little side note, little nuance there. So with that said, back to designated dual agency. What are the possible combinations when it's designated dual agency? Could we have a provisional broker up against another provisional? Sure. One helping the buyer, the other helping the seller. Could we have, that's a yes. Could we have a provisional up against a full broker, or just plain old word broker? Sure. Could we have a full broker up against a full broker? Of course. Could we have a full broker up against their own BIC? Yes, because they're a full broker, because they don't need to have that BIC supervision over every transaction. Easy points that you'll get now. So the only one not allowed that I've run out of room for is, let me squinch it down, BIC versus their own full broker, but then PB versus their own BIC. No, not allowed. Out of all these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible combinations, the only one not allowed with designated dual agency is a provisional broker up against their own broker in charge. Now let's go look at it in a pretty format, because I wrote out all these nice little slides. We've got single agency again. This is one where no dual agency is happening. We're not doing that. Dual agency is not taking place here. You're either helping a buyer or you're helping a seller, but never both. And that's what this is. Byron, the buyer agent, can help Sarah. He can help Giannis, but he'll never be in between Sarah and Giannis as a dual agent because the firm doesn't allow it. And obviously he could also help his client go buy something else because there's no dual agency going on. Could he help his could he help his client, ignore the buyer agent title, could Byron help his client Sarah and there's a buyer with no agent representing them? Could there be an unrepresented buyer in this transaction? He's helping his seller Sarah, and Giannis calls him and says, I don't have my own agent and I don't want one. I'll represent myself. Could that be a thing here? Sure, it's not dual agency. So I want you to take from that this. It's not always dual agency if there's only one agent, right? Just because Byron's the only agent in the transaction doesn't and it's the same firm, doesn't automatically mean they're choosing to do dual agency. It could be the buyer doesn't want representation. And in this case, the firm won't let it happen anyway. So Byron could represent his seller, Sarah, and Giannis could choose to come buy the property, and Byron could provide the forms, help him put an offer together, not give him any advice. He would, in this case, be working with Giannis as an unrepresented buyer. And there are agents who choose to do that. They say, I don't want to do dual agency, but I don't want to miss an opportunity for my seller to have a buyer who wants to buy their house and maybe doesn't want an agent. And so great, let's just run with it. But he better do a good job of explaining to buyer Giannis that you are looking out for you. I'm not looking out for you. Don't tell me any secrets you don't want Sarah to know, because I'm only looking out for her. In other words, you're kind of outmatched, which is probably a bad idea, but if that's what you want to do, go for it. We have an unrepresented buyer in this case. And he's just going to need to keep reminding him, look, don't tell me anything you don't want Sarah to know. You're probably going to love me because everybody likes me, but I am not your agent. I'm not your agent. We talked about this. The word for the one helping the buyer is selling agent. Now it probably makes more sense to you because we've talked about the different kinds. It could be a buyer-agent relationship, or it could be a sub-agent to seller relationship. But somehow or other, that agent is helping the buyer in some way, if we're calling them a selling agent. It could also be dual or designated. Again, they're on the buyer's side. We talked about all this before, customers and clients. We won't belabor that point. And so it's about the in-house transaction, whether it's designated or dual agency. It's not possible to have dual or designated agency when it's a co-brokerage transaction, because that means two firms, not just one. There it is. If they're with different firms, it's called co-brokerage, not dual agency at all. If the licensee is an agent of the firm or an agent of the agent, the firm hired the client, the firm and the principal authorized those licensees from another firm to assist, because we're talking about now we're out. Don't think about dual right now. We're talking about two firms in the transaction. We've got two separate firms happening here. ABC Realty come up against XYZ Realty. The firm and the principal client are potentially liable for the conduct of the cooperating firms and their affiliated brokers. Potentially liable. They got to make sure that if that buyer is represented not by their own buyer agent, but instead a sub-agent to seller, they're more liable for whatever they put out there in the MLS and how they market the property. So they might want to squash that and say, we don't want to work with buyers who only have sub-agent to seller. We only work with buyers that have hired their own buyer agent. And so again, dual agency is only for an in-house transaction, never two different firms. Here's what it looks like when it's dual. Byron and Layla could both be dual agents. They could both be, Layla could be the BIC and Byron could be the provisional, or they could both be provisional or both be brokers. But somehow or other, these are two brokers acting as dual agents. It could just be one of them, but in this case, it just so happens that there's two that are both being true dual agents. What do you need in order to be a dual agent? What's required to become a dual agent? How can we become a dual agent? We have to have whose permission? Seller's permission. Yep. Buyer's permission. Also the firm's permission. The firm might have a policy or procedure that says no dual agency allowed. We don't do that here. So your BIC, in other words, your firm, you have to decide, I'll be willing to do it. And again, in my CE classes, some people say, heck no. My firm will allow me to, but I'm not doing it. I don't want to. It's too delicate. I had a case one time. This is them. The ones who say no might say where somebody got mad because they thought I took better care of the other side or gave away their position, and I just don't want to put myself there anymore. Doesn't matter. They just chose not to do it. No loyalty to either one. We talked about all that. Let me make a little more room up here. Oops. Wow, it disappeared. Oh, wow. Hey, go for it. Yeah. No, good question. Great question. Because what we have in that situation is a franchise. And so different franchises can be owned by different owners. And so it's not about the name on the sign. It's about who owns that franchise. And so in the Lake Norman area, if it's still the case, I don't know for sure, but the Huntersville Keller Williams and the Cornelius Keller Williams, I think, are owned by the same couple. And so in that case, those two offices, yeah, either office, it could be a dual agent thing. But the South Park Keller Williams would not be a dual agent situation with the Cornelius one because they would be two differently owned firms. So it doesn't matter about the name of the franchise. It matters about the owner of the firm itself. And it would be two different BICs in that case too, by the way. Good? Yeah, co-brokerage situation. Yeah. You're welcome. Why would the buyer and seller agree to receiving less loyalty, which means dual agency? Why would they agree to this thing? We already acknowledge it's not great. Can't give the same level when you're a dual agent. And frankly, it usually turns into this. If I'm the only agent in between them both, maybe instead of the agreed upon 5.5% total commission that I thought I might be getting both sides of, maybe I'd be willing to negotiate that a little bit, because I was really just counting on half of it, or 2 or 3%, because I figured odds are I'm only going to be the listing agent here. Oh, but the buyer just landed in my lap. Am I really going to hold out for the full 6 or full 5 or full whatever the full was in this case? Probably not, frankly, personally, case by case. But yeah, I'd be willing to wheel and deal and come down a little bit if I'm the only agent. But I am going to have to do extra work. I won't say double the work, but there will be more work. And so again, it might be that I don't. I might just say, no, that's what it is. But I might say, maybe that seller is selling because they want to buy and they're buying with me. That holds a lot of weight for me. If they're going to use me as their buyer agent, yes, I'm willing to negotiate on the seller side. Maybe that works. But that's just frankly why dual agency, the giving up of this loyalty is even thing that people are willing to do, is usually because of the money. They'll pay less money, get a savings over it somehow, and so they give in because of that. And again, if we explain this dual and lack of loyalty, either one, seller or buyer, might say, that sounds terrible, I'm not willing to do that. Then we bring up the possibility of designated dual, where we can treat it like 2 separate firms again. We can restore the loyalty. What we need to watch out for and not do is undisclosed dual agency. Whenever we do it, we got to make sure everybody knows it's happening. And so a couple of places where this could go wrong is if you're helping a buyer, it's that for sale by owner example, right? You're helping that buyer and they like a for sale by owner house, and you're like, oh, brother. For one thing, it might tend to be overpriced because the seller is getting their advice from nobody. And so you're helping this buyer as a buyer agent. They want to buy this for sale by owner house. And so you're only representing the buyer. You're going to go and approach that for sale by owner. You're going to say to them, hey, I've got a potential buyer who might like your house. Can I come take a look? Ideally, in real life, you probably want to go do that without your client at the first. You want to go talk to that for sale by owner by yourself so that you can find out if they're willing to pay you. Hey, seller, are you willing to pay me a buyer agency commission? And if they are, you're going to want to get a protection agreement, unrepresented seller protection agreement, which basically says, yeah, okay, what do you charge? You want to charge 3% as a buyer agency fee? Then yes, I'll pay that. I'll sign here. And if we can work out a price that I like, I'll pay you the fee. And it might be that the price they thought they wanted, they'll increase a little bit to help cover the fee that now that you're charging. And it might be that if they just started, put it on the market, they might not want to pay you. They might say, forget it, not interested. But over time, as they're not getting bites, not getting offers, they might entertain it. So the longer they've been on the market without success, probably a little more likely that they might entertain an offer coming from an agent involved. But anyway, you're going to want to talk to them, get this protection agreement, also get the working with real estate agents disclosure signed, which is just proof in your possession that you've explained how agency works. But here's the thing. They're going to be skeptical of you when you first meet them, right? You're coming at them from the opposite side of the fence, but you're such a winning personality kind of person. You're charming, you're helpful, you're nice and polite and professional. It's quite common that they start to like you. And so it would be real easy if during that process of the offer to purchase, you provide the forms, the disclosures, that RPOD's disclosure. They don't have access to that. Well, they do. They just have to go to the commission, but it's not as easy as you just giving one to them. And so you've helped them in many ways and made it easy. So they might start acting like they kind of like you, and they might start saying, well, gosh, I hope we can make this happen. I know we're only $2,000 apart. Do you think your people might be willing to... I'm sorry, guys, if you'll recall, you are unrepresented. I'm looking out for my folks. I can't give you that sort of information. You got to keep them in line, because this is a place where undisclosed dual agency might happen. You just want to make sure that it doesn't. One firm represents both parties in the same transaction, but without the informed consent. Are you acting like a dual agent without telling them, without having permission to do so? That's what undisclosed dual agency is. If Byron's the only agent, must help Sarah with the transaction without representing her, that would be a situation unrepresented seller, FSBO, like we just talked about. Undisclosed dual agency if he lets her confide in him and he tries to keep a secret that she shared with him from his buyer. Then he would be an undisclosed dual agent. His buyer doesn't know that he's acting like a dual agent. License law says that the dual agency firm owes all fiduciary duties to each client without injuring the opposite one. We are a buyer agent when we're a dual agent, and we are also a listing agent when we're a dual agent. Right? We are both at the same time. And then there's designated, which we talked about. There needs to be a policy. Sometimes in those continuing ed classes, they'll say, my firm lets us be dual agents, but they don't let us be designated agents, or the opposite. So a firm could allow one without the other. The BIC or the firm needs to have a policy in place. Here's how we do it here. We do one, but we don't do the other, or we do both, or we do neither. And so firm has to give permission through the policy. You have to be willing to do it, and both parties have to be willing in writing to do it. In fact, if we look at the buyer agency agreement, I think is the one we're looking at here, and keep on scrolling, there it is. Page 4, of the buyer agency agreement. Right there at the top of the page, buyer understands the potential for dual agency could arise if the buyer is interested in looking at a property listed with the firm. And then it goes through all that stuff. I would suggest this to you. Go ahead and I'll just give it to you here in the chat. Read this part. That's your homework. Look at the dual agency language in the buyer agency and the listing agreement. One second. And that might help you understand it, seeing it in real life, because you're going to need to know it and read it there anyway to explain it. It's always good to read through the forms and be comfortable with them before you explain them. Got one and the other. There. Now they're in the chat. So again, look at both the listing agreement and the buyer agency agreement. Find the dual agency language. Read through that. But what I want to show you is this part. Here is where they give us permission. We're going to want them to initial that they'll let us do dual agency if they will, or check the box. They do or they don't. Which is it? And then also follow up. Are they also allowing us to be a designated or not? Initial as needed. Or if not, they don't want to do any of this mess, then they might want to just initial this saying, nope, no dual for us, designated or otherwise. We only want exclusive representation. But that's where it actually happens in writing in real life. It's folded within the buyer agency agreement. It's folded within the listing agreement. And what you'll find is that this bit, and then here's the compensation, by the way. If I end up acting as a dual agent, what do I expect to get? It might be that it matches the same as the full listing commission you're charging in any other situation, or it might be that I'll do 6 if I'm dealing with a co-brokerage situation. I'll do 5 if I'm a dual agent, or whatever. That's just where you're going to spell it out. But from this part of the permission given all the way up to this part where it starts being talked about, on the listing agreement and on the buyer agency agreement, it's pretty much the exact same verbiage. They basically cut and pasted it. So they match exactly. And I want you to see that firsthand. So read through it in one or the other. Look at them both. But if you read one, it's the same as what it shows up as in the other. And we know this part about PBs. I would, again, I think I've got you up through syllabus section, maybe 12 is now as a PDF in the Google Drive. So you've got all those. Definitely look back through this one as you're reviewing what we talked about tonight. And with that, I'm going to call it. Have a great weekend. Let me know if you have any questions. This is some tricky stuff. Go for it. Good question. So that's not necessarily dual agency, though, because dual agency means an agent in a firm is helping you buy a listing within that same firm. But that would be a thing where you might not want to sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement because you want a Charlotte specialist for the Charlotte, you want a Raleigh specialist for the Raleigh. And so that's a possibility. You would just tell the agents involved, say, look, guys, I'm an investor. I'm looking all around. Obviously, those are two different MLSs too, by the way, and they would be foolish probably to try to do both. Even if they were willing to pay the subscription fees for both, do they really know the common knowledge that they would need to about that area that they don't actually live in? So it's a possibility. It's probably the best way to do it. Just say, look, and it might be that you like an agent in Raleigh and you say to them, I'm also considering Charlotte. Do you have an agent down there you recommend? They might be a good resource to pair you with a really good agent down there without you having to go looking around. Because while there are lots of choices of agents, there's not necessarily a lot of good choices of agents out there. So you want to have a track record and make sure somebody connects you with, in this case, an investor-friendly agent, somebody that understands those nuances. So yeah, just don't do an exclusive. Make sure you sign a non-exclusive buyer agency. That'd be one of the great rare cases that I'd be okay with doing a non-exclusive buyer agency. Oh, and by the way, yeah, one more nuance there. Both of those agents in those two cities or multiple cities, maybe they would agree, since they know you're spending time with both, maybe they would agree to pay a referral fee to the other one. Like if you pick the Charlotte guy instead of the Raleigh lady, the Charlotte guy says, okay, I'll pay her a referral fee since I know that she spent time with you, and vice versa. If you end up picking the Raleigh property and instead of being out with nothing, at least for my time, I'll get maybe 25% of the buyer side commission. So that might be another nuance that could keep both parties interested. Yeah. That's good. Yep. I did that once. A friend from church said we were thinking we'd move it to Greensboro, and so an agent showed us a bunch of stuff and wrote an offer, and we just couldn't get it worked out. But then in the meantime, we decided to come back here and do it in Concord, and so they said, if we let you help us here in Concord, now that we know that that's what we want to buy, would you pay her up in Greensboro a referral fee for the time she spent? And I was okay with that. Even though I really knew them before she knew them, it was the situation, and it's more of a mindset of abundance rather than, limitation. It's just sort of I get it. And that was cool. Good question. Yeah. You're welcome. Anybody else? We all good? So I would advise, let's get through next week and then do the quarter term exam. I think it's still maybe a little too early to do the quarter term. We won't do the midterm until after the finance chapters. So that's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, and 15 in the book. So we still have several more weeks before the midterm. So I would say let's go one more week for the quarter term. You could try it now, but it's probably not going to serve you as well because we still have some content to cover. You're welcome. How we doing? Everybody good? Have a great weekend. You're welcome.